Good evening. So, in the absence of our mayor, I am going to open this meeting for the City Council closed session for Monday, April 18, 2022, 4 p.m. And so, notice is hereby given that the Sonora City Council will have their regular meeting on Monday, April 18, 2022 in the Sonora chambers, and it is accessible on Zoom. And do we have any public comment about the closed session item? No public comment. I'm seeing almost a blank screen here, just me in the center of it, which is kind of weird. I am going to, oh, you mean see if who's here? Yes, please. Thank you for reminding me.
Mayor Pro Tem Plummer.
Here.
Councilmember Such.
Here, sorry.
Councilmember Garaventa.
Here.
Councilmember Segerstrom.
Here.
With Mayor Hawkins running late.
Thank you very much. With that, can I now I am going to take us into closed session.
Okay, I'd like to call the Monday, April 18th, 2022 regular Sonora City Council meeting to order at 5:02 p.m. And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, would you do the Pledge of Allegiance for us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, roll call, please.
Mayor Hawkins.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Plummer.
Here.
Councilmember Such.
Here.
Councilmember Garaventa.
Here.
Councilmember Segerstrom.
Here.
Okay, everyone is here, and hopefully our microphones work tonight and we don't have any system issues or anything else. So, okay, City Clerk's report on agenda posting.
The agenda was posted on Thursday, April 14th at 3:30 p.m.
Okay, approval of the agenda. Everything good? Okay, so before I go to presentations, which will be coming from our District 1 supervisor, of course, parts of this meeting were postponed. We had an issue with agenda posting, and we had a screen out front and that ugly thing is now taken down, and things are back to where they should be. So, but we had a historic extension cord hanging out of it.
You are muted.
That's what I called it. So, I don't know what did he just say? Oh. That's, a lot of people have been trying to do that to me during my life, but usually it's like, hey, Matt, shut up or something like that. But so, no, just, just for the public's knowledge, we wanted to do everything legally and morally and ethically correct. There was one person posted it, another person thought somebody else posted it. There was a belief that it was on the screen, but the screen came down, so that's why everything got postponed to today. So we want to do as a city everything that's transparent and, again, moral, ethically, and legally correct. So,
Mayor, I hate to interrupt, but on that note, I believe we probably should report out of closed session.
I was getting ready to move to that. So the next part is our closed session, and with that closed session, we gave direction to staff. Was that all? Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, and then on to presentations. So our District 1 Supervisor, Mr. David Goldenberg.
Okay, good thing you shut up, Matt.
Yeah, I know.
So, my apologies, first of all. The last time I was expected to present, I had a conflict in appointments and I missed it, and I have no excuse other than that I should have been here. Just, a few things that are going on in the county. looking at COVID and we're seeing that there's a distinct, decline. But the B.1.1 variant is here in the county. If people have not heard that, you're hearing it now. We've had 15 cases in the last week and a half, including some in our public health staff. So our public health staff are very engaged and trying to do everything they can do to help the populace. But when they have people come in, they can get infected, as well. Very good is that we have nobody in the hospital and we haven't had any recent deaths, so that's very good. Would encourage people, if you're looking at, potential vaccinations, you're able to get your fourth inoculation, vaccination, which I did myself last week. So just kind of wanted to put that out there. Let's see, some county business here. Fire Safety Advisee, Advisory Committee. We're moving forward, on that whole group. We've had, I think, 4 public meetings, to date, and we're looking at, I think we've had 3 with the Farm Bureau, and we've got another one with the Farm Bureau this coming Monday. Our intention is that we want to do everything we can to protect, the people, lives and property in the county. As far as county board of supervisor meetings, normal processes were going on. We had the county is working very closely on trying to meet our priorities, objectives, and action items. And so it's not an easy process. We had a meeting last week, and we're getting very close, to finalizing that. And we did a thing using a series of what I shall call dots, where each supervisor had a number of dots, and we went up, on the wall and chose items that were important to us. So more on that is coming soon. Would like to briefly mention the Sonora Dome preservation. So that I had a meeting today with Alan Zimmerly, along with Supervisor Jaron Brandon, and we talked about the dome. We talked about the possibilities of where we might go with it, and we're looking to explore, what we can do in the future. Obviously, this is something within the city of Sonora, but the county is very interested, and we want to pursue that. They've got a committee of about 6 people. They may expand their committee a bit, and I think that would be a good thing, and we discussed that today. Funding is hugely important on that issue. Let's see here. I'll be attending the California State Association of Counties, CSAC, Legislative Conference, starting tomorrow evening into late Thursday. And so all 5 board members will be approaching, going to Sacramento and being a part of that process. I'm a member of ATCA now on their board. I'm not sure if I reported that previously. So that has implications for both the city and the county, and would like to work with both, sides to, figure out where we can go. And I guess my final item is I started a Columbia College Foundation scholarship, myself, a personal one, for fire students. And so I funded this with $2,000. My wife actually just contributed an additional $1,000. And so we're looking to, we just awarded 2 scholarships this last week at a ceremony at the college. Council member Colette Such was there, and so it's great. That's where my heart is, where my background is. So other than that, if I can take any questions, I'd be glad to do so.
Any questions from the council?
Sure.
Sorry. So exactly, I mean, the dome is school property, as I believe.
Correct.
Who is in charge as an entity of the dome and its future then? Is it just Sonora High School or?
So it is still the Sonora High School District. They did, and I'm not sure how long ago, that this occurred. I think it was about 3 years ago that they declared it surplus.
Right.
And there's, some questions about where we go in the future. I've got a clear view of the dome from my office, right? And I look at it every day and I go, what a spot, right? That it deserves to be something more than what it is now. A performing arts center of some type or another would be wonderful, and that's what I would look to, to where can the county meet with the city and figure out what we might do.
So if memory serves, the problem has been persistently that it's not earthquake safe. Is that the problem in fact, or because I don't think it's been used for quite a while, has it?
Right, and I don't know that there's certain standards that are in place. Some of them pertain more towards if you have an educational facility and students, that requires X level. Versus if we have public meeting there to attend performances, might be a little bit different level. And so we're not sure, but we would like to explore that and see where we can get, because it's a beautiful place.
Oh, it's gorgeous, and it is sort of along with the Red Church, one of the icons of the city. One of the reasons I ask those because, we attended Mass at St. Anne's yesterday, which they open twice a year. It's restricted from regular services because of earthquake. Well, it's not earthquake sound, but it's been there for a long time, and I believe that for occasional, services, that they have no problem with it. So.
And so I hear what you're saying. I don't know that would pertain if we're looking to an ongoing, having it open to the public. Certain religious ceremonies can sometimes have some exclusions, but
okay, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting anyway.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Just know that we want to move forward. Yeah.
One thought about Dome, because as you mentioned, a spectacular location. I think, and we need housing. It could be amazing housing. And it could, when I went to school there, all the bathrooms were in the basement, and that could be underground parking. I just, of course you'd have to, get the development, but we're always looking for housing in Sonora too. So,
Yeah.
and what could be better than housing with a auditorium on top? So, just an idea.
No, I understand. And, there's a lot of complexities when you're looking at that site. Parking is most often, brought up. How could you have a site but not have enough parking? And so that's definitely of concern. We need to look at the playing fields. We need to look at the Lions, portion of it. So there's a lot of things. We're just in this spot right now that, we don't have these answers, but would like to move this forward.
Councilmember Such?
Sure.
You mentioned that you'd like to enlarge the committees. How is one appointed to that committee?
So that's not my choice. They have their own private committee. I believe there's, in our meeting today, there's 6 members. Perhaps we need to bring government, into this a little bit more formally. So maybe, certainly it would be good to have city council members on there. Board of supervisor members, it's my district. I would love to serve on that.
Oh, I thought you were on it.
No,
Oh.
no, this is not an official committee that I'm a member of, right now, but I would gladly join to see where we could go in the future. And we need to look at partnerships, right? Whether it be the Sonora Area Foundation, the hospital, the Chamber of Commerce's, any of those entities, would be wonderful. But this thing, it's just stalled. And so if we're going to go someplace, the dome itself apparently has some issues. They've had some leakage of water, coming down from their roof that's creating damage. And we just need to figure out what we're going to do. So.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay,
Well, thank you very
Yeah.
much for being able to present.
thank you. Thank you for being here, and we really do appreciate it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, on next to presentations, or I'm sorry, on next to public comment for non-agenda items. The public may address the council on any item of public interest not otherwise on the agenda that is within the jurisdiction of the city. No action may be taken. Matters to be addressed may be referred to city staff or placed on a subsequent meeting agenda. Speakers are limited to a 3-minute presentation. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand by using the raise your hand feature or dial *9, *6 to unmute. These are for non-agenda items that are not already on this agenda. And tonight we're going to start with the Zoom, and then we're going to go to the audience that's here inside the council member chambers. So I see 3 hands up. And again, this is for non-agenda items. So whichever one, Randy Hanvelt.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the council and members of the public for that matter. My name is Randy Hanvelt. I'm the chairman of the 2Care organization, which I'm sure you're aware of, Tuolumne County Alliance for Resources and Environment. I'm just going to suggest that you schedule at some point on your agenda at a future meeting a presentation by 2Care on their community wildfire protection plan. I think you'll find it rather enlightening. The videos are a little alarming. We showed it at the 2Care annual dinner, and we'd love to show it to the city council because I think you need to be aware of what's going on and what we can do about it. So anyway, I'd be glad to arrange for that scheduling if someone just give me a call. Thank you.
Mr. Hanvelt, if you could contact me later, either by my email or by my phone. I know you have my phone number, and then we'll see about getting that on the agenda. So.
Okay, we're done. We'll do that.
Thank you. Okay, on to, I believe, is that Margot Welton?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Hawkins, and good evening to you and Mayor Pro Tem Plummer, City Council members Garaventa, Segerstrom, and such. My name is Margaret Welton. I am the Vice President and the Director of Marketing and Communications for the Sonora Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to update you on what's going on. Tomorrow night, we have a mixer on Zoom. Our host will be Haley Hoover of the Sparkling Hippie. She'll be talking, and there's a brown telling me to let you know about future mixers next May or this May 17th, Wild Rose in Jamestown, June 21st, Union Hill Inn, July 19th, Sierra Rep will be hosting, August 16th, Bank of Stockton will be showing us their new offices. September 20th, back to a place we all love, Bradford Place Inn. October 18th, Adventist will be hosting, and in December, we will be back to our holiday mixer. I'd also like to remind everybody that Second Saturday is in full swing. This year, the chamber has added pop-up art markets and pop-up concerts throughout the day, and we'll be adjusting those times as the summer heat heads into our. I'd also like to announce our summer concert series. June 11th, the Star Dogs. July 9th, Burn Permit. August 13th, Neighborhood Sound. September 10th, Nathan and Friends, and October 8th, King Hippo. That the chamber will be working this weekend on volunteer weekend. In Lineberg, we will be cleaning it up, sprucing it up, and repainting. And all of our slots are filled, but we'd like to invite everybody to visit lovetuolumne.org and sign up for one of the other great projects that's happening this coming weekend.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh,
So Margot, you kind of broke up on when the next mixer is going to be. Can you repeat that? The one that's coming up right away?
The next mixer is tomorrow night
You're breaking up again,
on
actually, unfortunately. Try it again.
Zoom, and the link will be on.
You kind of broke up again, but I'm assuming you can get the link at sonorachamber.com. Is that correct? Or is it org? Yes, no?
Sonorachamber.org.
Okay.
okay.
So if anyone wants to attend the Zoom chamber, they can do sonorachamber.org, which is tomorrow, correct?
Right. Thank you, Jim.
Cool. Sorry.
Correct. Tomorrow at
Trying to
5:30.
make sure you get your message through. You're breaking up a couple times, so just want to make sure. Thanks.
That's okay. I'm way out in the boonies right now.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else on Zoom that would like to make a public comment on a non-agenda item? I don't see any other hands raised, am I correct? Okay. Okay, so looking for public comment here in the audience. Come on up.
All right. Well, good afternoon. My name is John Williams, and I'm the owner of Mountain Home Gifts at 87 South Washington. I've been in business now for 12 years, and running a business both in California and in downtown Sonora can be challenging. This afternoon, I'm here asking for your help in making running a business in downtown Sonora just a little bit easier. I'm asking the City Council to consider creating an ordinance regulating the use of amplifiers for music performance in downtown Sonora. With improving technology, we have seen an increasing use of battery-powered amplifiers and microphones. But before I go on, I should make it clear to everybody here, I am not against acoustic music downtown. In fact, I encourage it. But that's really the point I'm making. Using an amplifier and a microphone takes a personal music expression and makes it a very public and a loud event. Over the last 6 months, we've seen 5 or 6 street musicians set up with an amplifier and a microphone pointed directly at my store from the bench at the Union Democrat. In some cases, this amplified music and singing will go on for 2, 3, 4 hours, and sometimes 6 or 7 days a week. This is clearly having a negative effect on my business. Customers are commenting. They're not comfortable in enjoying time in the store. We're seeing less customers come in during those periods, and they're spending less time in the store. I think it's clear that when you allow a behavior downtown, you see more of it. 2 Saturdays ago, we had a musician in Lineberg Lane with an amplifier and a microphone. At the same time, a musician, again at the bench at the Democrat, with a microphone and an amplifier.
30 seconds.
This Sunday, or last Sunday, we had a musician set up with 2 speakers, a microphone, and a drum machine. So after I looked at our own city ordinances and found them wanting, I looked at city ordinances on this issue across Northern California. I've included a few
Yes.
different ways different cities have handled this, including the actual permit requirement for the city of Santa Monica. To me, I believe.
3 minutes. Your 3 minutes are up.
Okay. I think a permit system would allow a continued peaceful environment and a good business environment in downtown Sonora. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be in touch with you on that. Okay, anyone else in the audience want to come up and speak? Come on up, sir. And this is for non-agenda items.
Excuse me. Pardon me. I'm Alan Zimmerly. I'm with the Historic Dome Preservation Group, 501c3 corporation. As you know, the dome building up here is owned by the city. It's been completely vacant, essentially completely vacant for probably 10 years or more. And it is on the borderline of being a derelict building. It has all the dangers of a derelict building. There could be break-ins, there could be fire, there's liability, injury liability. The school district owns the building. The school district, let me just say, it's not a high priority for them. It does not get the attention and the maintenance that it should be getting. We have a plan. We would like to acquire the building and renovate the building. However, the school district has not been able to provide what they need to provide to make the building attractive to any potential owner, not just to us, but anyone who might be interested in acquiring that building has the same problem we have, and that is the initial problem, the controlling factor, is the lack of parking there. There's obviously there's a city requirement for a certain number of parking spaces based on the use of the building. Our use of the building would require something like 64 parking spaces. We have had very little cooperation from the school district in solving that particular specific issue with the dome building, and that's why nothing has happened there. I'm asking that perhaps someone here, one of your board members, would assist the school district, encourage the school district to solve that specific problem and assist the school district in disposition of the building so that it does not become a more dangerous blight in the city. It could be renovated. It could be a major attraction to the city and the county. So hopefully I request that there might be one of your members that would volunteer to help facilitate the school district in the disposition of that building. And if I can go over a little bit just to answer the questions, I could.
We've got 30 seconds.
Oh, well, earthquake is not quite as serious a problem as many people think, because it is just earthquake. It's not earthquake seismic fitted for an elementary school, but for other uses, it's not too bad. And even retrofitting would not be too bad. Let's see, your question, I think you said you might volunteer.
Yep. And
Okay.
just so you know, your 3 minutes are up. It's
Okay.
not that we don't want to hear and ask
Okay.
questions, it's that we legally can't.
Okay, that's fine. Can I answer a question if there are questions?
I believe that's legally allowed, Mark, but it just, yeah.
Ellen,
Yeah.
you mentioned that you would need 64 parking spaces
Yeah.
for your intended use. Would you be able at this point to share what that might be?
The intended use?
Yes.
Yeah, a regional arts center, a museum and art gallery on the first floor. To be financially viable, we would have classrooms underneath that we thought we could rent out. Perhaps community college would be interested as a satellite campus. The second floor, the top floor, use the auditorium to raise, as fundraising, events at the auditorium, and commercial office space upstairs. The whole purpose being not to be a charity case, but to be financially viable and sustainable. So that.
It sounds very exciting. And you were at least of the opinion, and it sounds like your group is of the opinion that the earthquake retrofitting to be able to have, for example, classrooms down below, or these other things would be either viable or not necessary when it's not used as a grade school?
I think it would require seismic retrofitting, but not to the degree that it would if it were being used as a grade school. ADA, of course, is another retrofit, and several other, all the systems need to be retrofitted as well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Anything else?
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks for
very
your
much.
time.
Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak on non-agenda public comment? Okay, then we'll close that part of the meeting out and go on to the consent calendar. I guess I'll read them off, and then if the council wants to pull any of them, then we'll go ahead and do it that way. Okay, so consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered routine and will be voted on in one motion unless a member, unless a council member or a member of the public has a question or wishes to discuss an item. In that case, the item will be removed from the consent calendar, considered separately. Item number 3, approval of city council minutes for August 30th, 2021, September 1st, 2021, December 20th, 2021, and January 3rd, 2022. Item number 4, approval of disbursements in the amount of $155,760.05 for payroll, inclusive of employee salaries, employer and employee taxes, and retirement contributions, miscellaneous voluntary employee deductions, holiday pay, and other adjustments, including retro pay. Item number 5, adopt resolution 418-2022A, authorizing remote teleconferencing meetings of the city council and its committees and commissions for 30 days pursuant to government code section 52953E, Brown Act provisions. Item number 6, authorize the Sonora Fire Department to submit the 2022 Rural Fire Capacity Grant, formerly known as the VFA Volunteer Firefighter Assistance Grant. Authorize the city administrator and/or fire chief to execute all documents relating to the grant applications and direct the fire chief to return to the city council with application results and accept the awards. Item number 7, ratify the interim city administrator's execution of the construction services agreement with Jex Baldwin Construction in the amount of $223,000 for emergency repairs and reconstruction to the city-owned facility located at Stewart Street and Meehan Street, and approved the budget transfer to recognize the revenue from the Tuolumne County Transportation Council and allocate the project. It requires a 4/5 vote. And then adopt resolution number 418-2022D, approving the list of projects to receive for year 2022, 2023 road maintenance and rehabilitation account funding, RMRA, including the Snell Street project and the Lineberg Bradford Street repair. Would a council member like to pull any of these?
I would like some control over my microphone, but I did have a question about number 5, and that is the teleconferencing. I mean, we've been told continuously that the teleconferencing, the Zoom application of our meetings is expensive and impacting staff. And it says there's no fiscal impact to the general fund. So staff is paid, is this a separate budget that runs the Zoom for the meetings?
So the Zoom meetings, they take place, me running it, that's me running it right now. It doesn't take any extra time, really. It takes not a quantifiable amount of time to add it to be a Zoom meeting and not just a public meeting.
Okay, thanks.
And if if memory serves me correct, that was one of the reasons why I know Mark and I had went one way, and I guess Jim at the one time had also, because we didn't have you, and we're so happy to have you now.
Yeah, exactly.
So now things have changed a little bit, and it's actually going a lot smoother, and with the technology that the county helped us get, with everything that's in here. So, yeah, hopefully that answers it.
Aren't we?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So got a great relationship with the county. I just want the public to know that. So, okay, so if the council doesn't have any questions, want to pull it, I'm going to ask for public comment. Okay, so any public comment on all the consent calendar items? Come on up, sir. My allergies are starting to get me.
Hi, my name is Don Nessel. Is the Jex Baldwin 223,000 at Stewart Street, is that to repurpose that building into bathrooms? Is that with that corner, or am I off on corners? Is it going to repurpose that building for bathrooms? I understood that Stewart Street and one of the streets has a building under a parking lot that would become bathrooms.
Yeah.
That's it?
That's the one.
Thank you. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
That is correct.
That is
And,
correct.
and with everything going on, there were some emergency repairs that needed to be done, so. Okay, any other questions on all of these? Okay, so we're gonna bring it back to the council for a motion and a second, and then a vote.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Plummer, second by Councilmember Garaventa. Since all of us are here, I don't have to do a roll call vote, so
Yay.
all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions?
We made the 4/5.
We definitely made the 4/5. It passes 5-0. On to public hearings. Okay. Item number 9, public hearings. Waive second reading and adopt ordinance number 882 of the City of Sonora amending Title VII Integrated Waste Management of the Sonora Municipal Code to regulate the disposable of recyclable and organic material. Melissa.
I'm going to turn this over to Nubia, and then we also have Jim from the County Solid Waste Department available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Yes, this item before you tonight is second reading and adoption of your waste management ordinance that did come before council at the last meeting. So just a quick recap, the ordinance is really intended to meet the requirements set by state law. Senate Bill 1383 has imposed a significant amount of requirements on local jurisdictions around the state. Specifically in carrying out those requirements, CalRecycle is requiring certain language be included in these ordinances, which is what we've presented to you tonight. We have worked with staff on looking at potential exemptions, and staff is still working through the different myriad of options that are available. But as of right now, the city has aligned itself similarly to Tuolumne County in the exemptions that it has applied for rural communities. And so I know we have county staff available to provide additional information, but the whole goal really is to implement this ordinance as a requirement by CalRecycle and by state law, and hopefully with the implementation process moving forward smoothly in that transition and working with the county to make sure that we're aligned in the requirements and not to have a varying regulations. So I'd be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Any questions? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Want to ask Jim if he has anything?
Yes. Jim, if you would like to add any to that. Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, this was previously before your council for the first reading. This is related to SB 1383 and the mandatory organics collection as required by CalRecycle. One aspect of the requirement is a local ordinance. The county passed our ordinance last month, and the city is also required to have an ordinance. There is an exemption on collection for organic waste for both the city and the county until January 1st of 2027. And there are certain aspects of the law that are still required to be implemented. And just to your point, Mr. Mayor, on the county and the city cooperating and partnership working together, We have been and look forward to continuing that. We have at the county applied for a grant on behalf of both the city and the county that will aid us in the implementation of the required aspects of SB 1383. One thing that is required for the grant to be approved is both the city and the county have this ordinance in place. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. And as I said, look forward to working with the city moving forward.
Do any of the council members have questions? Okay, I don't think any, I mean, I know all my questions have been answered, so, and the council doesn't seem to have any questions, so, thank you.
Stay on our team.
Yes, yes, very much so. Stay on our team.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I will ask for public comment on this unless the council has anything they want to say before I go to public comment. So we'll go to Zoom first. Are there any raised hands? I don't see any. Okay. So then I'll ask the audience, our big audience tonight, if there's any questions about this. Not a one. Okay. So I'll bring it back to the council. I'll just throw in, you know, I've had a couple people concerned that we're not doing things with our recyclables or not doing things with organic waste. The great thing about living in our small community, and there's so much farming and agriculture up here, is that there are places you can take your organic waste to, people that will take it. I've taken a lot of neighbors' organic waste and fed it to my chickens so it doesn't go to waste. So that's one way, you know, we can recycle. So there's always something. You just sometimes have to dig around and find out. So, okay. So looking for a motion in a second.
All righty, I will move to waive the second reading and adopt ordinance number 882 of the city of Sonora, amending Title 7 Integrated Waste Management of the Sonora Municipal Code to regulate the disposal of recyclable and organic materials.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Garaventa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Plummer. Since this is a public hearing, I have to do there has to be a roll call vote, correct? Okay, so roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Plummer,
Aye.
Councilmember Such,
Aye.
Councilmember Garaventa,
Aye.
Councilmember Segerstrom,
Aye.
Mayor Hawkins.
Aye. Okay, passes 5-0. On to item number 10, waive the second reading and adopt ordinance number 883 for the Sonora Police Department's policy on military equipment use as required by Assembly Bill 481. Melissa.
All right, thank you. Staff does recommend the waiving of the second reading and the adoption of the ordinance. This is the second time this item has been presented to council. Chief Taru is not available tonight, but Lieutenant Hanula is here to answer any questions that you might have about the ordinance and its adoption. So we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions from the council?
No serious ones. No serious ones. I mean, we could ask how many Hummers we're getting, but.
Okay. Any comments from the public? Go to Zoom first. I see no one. Okay, so in the audience here, I see no one. Okay, so bringing it back to the council for a motion in a second, and then I guess a roll call vote.
I move to waive the second reading and adopt ordinance number 883 for the Sonora Police Department's policy on military equipment use as required by Assembly Bill 481.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Plummer, second by Councilmember Garaventa. Roll call, please.
Mayor Hawkins.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Plummer.
Aye.
Councilmember Such,
Aye.
Councilmember Garaventa,
Aye.
and Councilmember Segerstrom.
Aye.
Okay, another one passes 5-0. Okay, so public hearing number 11. Adopt resolution number 418, 2022B, approving applications for funding and authorizing the execution of a grant agreement and any amendments thereto for the State Community Development Block Grant, Cdbg Program income, and authorize a subsequent budget adjustment in the amount of $14,000 to Adams Ashby for grant application development and submittal. This requires a 4/5 vote. Melissa.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a great opportunity that the council has to prioritize $1 million in investments within our community. I'd like to turn it over to Lori Adams with Adams Ashby, and she is supporting city staff in the development and programming of the community development block grant applications. And so with that, Lori, are you available to present this item?
Hi, yes, thanks, Melissa. I have not had the pleasure of speaking to your mayor and council. So hello, I'm Lori Adams with Adams Ashby Group. We work with multiple communities in the state of California related to grant funds, specifically a lot of the federal funding programs, and Cdbg is one of our specialties. And we've been tasked with assisting the community and working through some of the Cdbg program income that you have in your coffers. And just to give a little bit of a background for both the council and the community, the Cdbg program is the Community Development Block Grant Program, and it's operated under the Housing and Community Development Division of the state of California. And it's federal funds that come down through the block grant program from Congress and funnels down to the small cities program at the state level. And then your agency is submitting applications on a competitive basis, receives funds, allocates those funds into your community, and then the program income are those funds coming back. So it could be in the way of repayment of housing rehab loans or first-time homebuyer loans. It could be business loans that you made previously that are now being repaid. And the city has accumulated just over $1 million in program income funds that are required to be allocated back out to a eligible activity in the city by June. If this is not completed, then the state has indicated that they are going to go ahead and sweep those funds back into the state and then allocate them out to eligible jurisdictions and eligible activities. So the city's teams have gotten together and they've met and they've reviewed all of the different options and have come up with 4 projects that are presented to you this evening for consideration of funding. And so our purpose here this evening is to review those projects, advise the community of what those are, take their comments, and then if the council wants to move forward with these projects, then you would move through the process of adopting the resolution and taking the steps to implement as have been outlined and recommended by your staff. So would you want me to go through those 4 projects with you now, or did you have any questions on that?
No, go for it, please.
Okay, great. All right, so the 4 projects are, the first is the Type 3 fire engine, and I'm hoping that your chief is there to explain maybe what the differences are, because I don't know the difference between the engines. So, and that total project is $409,516.82. And included in this is going to be the general administration for the contract with HCD that has to be administered at the local level. One of the best things about the Cdbg program is that it covers the costs for your staff and for us to assist the staff in implementing these contracts on behalf of the community. Project number 2 is going to be a Type 6 fire engine. And that total project is $318,229.77. The project number 3 is definitely an important one to your department, and that is your breathing apparatus, a CBA system that is required for your fire personnel. And that project total is $174,869.03. And then project number 4 is a facility improvement to your station and an upgrade to your exhaust removal system that is necessary for the safety of your fire personnel as well. And that total project is $143,360.81. So cumulatively, these 4 projects will expend an adequate amount of your Cdbg program income and allow the state to allow the city to retain that program income in the community and expend it locally. So that is the 4 projects. Unfortunately, the projects must be submitted in individual applications which does result in an application charge by our firm for each of the projects to be implemented, which is the budget transfer $14,000 amount to implement each one of those applications to the state for approval. So I'd be happy to allow the council to ask questions and then open your hearing.
Okay. Any questions? Councilmember Garaventa.
Yeah, we probably should have the chief explain what the difference between a type 3 and a type 6 is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, council members, members of the public. What an exciting opportunity. Fire has been something that has threatened this community and just seems to be unfortunately getting worse and worse. So the opportunity to be able to get specific fire apparatus that is made for wildland is huge. So I really appreciate this opportunity, and I really appreciate staff's hard work on finding that this is the top priority and bringing it back to the community. The Type 3 engine is a wildland urban interface engine. So right now what you see responding on calls is a Type 1. It's more for a municipality for responding on medical calls, vehicle accidents, but it can't go off-road and four-wheel drive and in rugged terrain for wildland. The Type 3 is designed to do that. It has higher clearances, usually four-wheel drive, and can maneuver outside of the roadways in really steep terrain. The Type 6 fire engine is more of a larger, like a 550 utility pickup truck that has a small pump and about 300 gallons of water for a quick attack. It can also go off-road and in small areas where the engines cannot go. We have a lot of driveways that are very narrow, a lot of roads that are very narrow, and that quick access could get back in there fast and hopefully knock down the fire before we need to get the aircraft and the other engines in some other type of access point to get into that area. The breathing apparatus, right now our breathing apparatus is 15 years old. And as of last year, our SCBA bottles, the bottles that carry our compressed air, we only have 25% of those in service. The DOT would not extend our life of those bottles. And they're about $1,000 a piece, and we have 24 bottles. That's not the whole SCBA pack, that's just the bottle. So we did not have the funding to replace those. Luckily, I was successful with the county in a Homeland Security grant for all of the fire agencies in the county to be able to secure about $100,000 to purchase a portion of the bottles, and that's why we have 25% of ours in service right now. This would allow us to buy the whole brand new pack that would interface with all the other agencies in the county. Right now, we can't interface with everybody because there's different styles. All of the new technology in the self-contained breathing apparatus is now interoperable. So it doesn't matter what brand you have, what type of pack you have, you can actually hook up to each other's bottles and help if you are low on air. They call it a buddy breather. If you needed to get out of a building and someone had a low air alarm going off. So this would be a huge safety element for our firefighters throughout the county as well. And then the exhaust system removal, the removal exhaust system that is at the station was installed in 1996 when the station was built. Shortly after that time, that company went bankrupt and is no longer in existence. And for the last at least 7 years, we have been piecemealing parts together to get it fixed. We're down to 1 or 2 hoses that are operating, and we have 6. So this would allow us to have that system for not only your firefighters, but the public coming in, since the apparatus room is attached to our office space. So anyone coming in would be getting some of that exhaust as well. So this would reallocate those funds for our exhaust removal system. So again, I appreciate this opportunity. I think fire is a #1 priority for safety in our community as we move forward, and this is definitely going to help on those responses. And so any other questions you might have, I'd be happy to answer.
Any?
I just, I had one, not for you, I
Okay.
just, it was, sorry. I mean, I'm totally on board with it, but the discussion part, I didn't understand about the funding that where the $1 million comes from. What was the Stewart Street Apartment project? Oh, you can answer
please.
that? Yeah. And then could you also tell me what LMIHF funds are?
And which
618,000 in the LMI.
Yes, so on some of the program funding initially, with the purchase of the Stewart Street house for the shelter,
Oh, so that's the.
that was initially, but the plans, the architect, the design, nothing is ready, and we wouldn't be ready to allocate those funds by June. So there is another CDBG grant opportunity next year for 2.5 million. And so what we're hoping is we take this 1.4, 1 million
Oh, four,
basically
yeah.
into 3.5 and are able to complete that project as well.
Okay, I just didn't understand that it was an apartment project. So-
Yeah, and it was a shelter project, and then the 618,000 is what is the city has used, acquired for the proposal and the specifications for the shelter moving forward. So that project's still moving forward.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's low, I think it's low and moderate income housing funds.
You're the winner. That's it.
Winner,
Low,
winner, chicken
moderate
dinner.
income housing funds.
Okay.
So thank you, and we will do our best to spell those out in the future.
Okay, so I will, if there's no other council questions yet, I'll go to Zoom and see, I see 2 hands up. So we'll start with Mark Ferreira.
Good evening, City Council. Mark Ferreira, Fire Chief at Columbia Fire Protection District. Just calling in to highly encourage you to go through with this CDB, the Community Development Block Grant. It's an amazing opportunity for you to renew some apparatus that puts off when they're going to need to be replaced at least 10 years. As Chief New spoke about the SCBAs throughout the county right now, it's a huge issue that we're all kind of holding our breath for grant funding. And if you have the opportunity to replace those SCBAs as well as that exhaust system at the station, I would highly encourage you and know that the Columbia Fire Department helps support you in that endeavor.
Thank you, Mark. Shane Warner.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that, little technical difficulty. I'd like to say hello to the mayor, the city council members, and the members of the public. I would like to speak in reference to the grant that the Sonora City is going for. And one of the reasons why I'm speaking today is because I consider Sonora City one of our partners. I run the current fire academy at Columbia College, and the working relationship that we have with your agency is phenomenal. And when we see industry partners, going for these grants or trying to upgrade for better equipment and usability and interoperability for different programs that they have, it's imperative that we step in as agency partners and try and help that funding mechanism. As the chief outlined for you, this is a great opportunity to use those grant funded dollars towards a lot of infrastructure that would not normally be able to be purchased through the normal budget process. So I'm here just speaking as an administrator from the college fire technology program, in hopes that we can help the Sonora City Fire Department in obtaining some of the safety items that they have, which one of them would be the exhaust filtration system. And also it would help in the purchase of the Type 3 and the Type 6 fire engine, as well as making their SCBAs compatible with everybody else in the county. So I just wanted to show my support, as we all do in these types of situations, and have to rethink things and try and push funds in directions where we can keep our communities safe. So that's all I have for this evening, but I'd like to give Chief New a big plug for all that she's doing to try and do what she can with Sonora City with the funding that's available.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom? I don't see any other hands raised, so we will go to the audience here. Is there anyone here that'd like to comment? Mr. Supervisor.
Yeah, I just want to weigh in a little bit here. My own background with Cal Fire, I understand, where, these funds are going to. When you talk about a Type 3 engine, we look at the Washington fire that we had, and perfect example of an engine that's, very well suited to deal with that. Your smaller Type 3, I'm sorry, Type 6 engine, they don't have a lot of, capabilities as far as, tanks and pump, but they're very maneuverable. So they can get into areas that other engines can't. Really appreciate the comments from Chief Ferreira from Columbia, as well as Mr. Warner from the college, program. Having consistency and being able to look at the SCBAs and make sure that everybody's in line and that they're all compatible. And that exhaust system. When you have a fire station, they get out there, they go to a call, they start up their engine. You want those fumes to go away so that you're not harming your firefighters. So totally in support of this and appreciate the comments. Thanks.
Cool. Thank you. Okay, any other public comment? I think we got one coming up. Excellent.
Good evening, council, city staff, and members of the community. My name is Austin Lund, and I'm honored to call Sonora my home my entire life and have worked in the fire service for the last 9 years, serving both locally and across the state. I'm in favor of the allocation of grant funding for these 4 projects as outlined. Each project will fulfill a critical need, the fire department, and it is in line with the city's vision statement of providing a safe and healthy community to live, work, and prosper in. All 4 of these projects will improve community safety as well as employee safety. Over the last decade, the impact of fire in California has become more and more significant, with fires such as the Rim Fire, Mock Fire, and most recently Washington Fire specifically impacting our local community. Emergency response capabilities is critical in every instant, and the proposed project for a Type 3 and Type 6 fire apparatus would help expand the response capabilities of the department, as well as reduce wear and tear on frontline apparatus. These 2 types of equipment are specifically designed to navigate the wildland setting, unlike a Type 1 fire apparatus that is not designed to go off-road. In regards to the SCBA replacement, this topic is a critical need in regards to emergency operations. Currently, the department only has 25% of their current cylinders available, as Chief New has said, and with those cylinders having a 15-year lifespan per NFPA and regulatory service testing efforts, they are now out of service. Unfortunately, the original service date was not able to be extended. The majority of our cooperating agencies in the county, including Tuolumne County and CAL FIRE, have instead purchased new cylinders. So the old packs have been put away. They have a new system for which integrates the new connections for emergency buddy breathing and universal air connections. These connections are used when firefighters are in the worst predicament. They're running out of air, and they're the ones that need to help now. Time is of the essence to prevent injury or worst case of fatality in this situation. The new SCBA packs requested would not only allow for this problem to be mitigated, but also provide the department the ability to replace SCBAs on all the apparatus that do not have them currently. Finally, the exhaust system falls under health and safety category. The current system for the department is out of service and needs to be repaired and was completed in 1996 originally. It has been determined by scientific research that the exhaust emitted by apparatus is one of the many factors leading to job-related cancer for firefighters nationwide. A new exhaust system would create a safer work environment for employees as well as visitors that may be at the station while the apparatus are in use, as the exhaust not only goes from the apparatus bay, but it also goes into the living space where your firefighters live. All the proposed projects would increase the level of service the city provides and increase workplace safety for employees of the city. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you vote in favor of assigning these grants as proposed.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, then I'll bring it back to the council.
Well, I'm ready to make a motion unless anyone's got a question.
I have one question. I'm sorry. I have one question, and I guess Ms. Adams can probably answer this as the resident expert. So if I understand correctly, this money is ours already if we simply ask for these items. Is that true?
That is correct. This is not a competitive process. These are funds that are already within the city's coffers. We just have to ask permission to utilize the dollars on the projects as outlined. It does go through a review process, and a contract is then issued by the state, which allows you to expend the funds.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure that I understood correctly.
Certainly.
Well, unless
Make
anyone's,
your motion.
with that, I will move to adopt resolution number 04-18-2022-B, approving applications for funding and authorizing the execution of a grant agreement and any amendments thereto for the State Community Development Block Grant, Cdbg Program income, and authorize the subsequent budget adjustment in the amount of $14,000 to Adams Ashby for grant application development and submittal.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Garaventa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Plummer. Roll call, please.
Mayor Hawkins?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Plummer?
Aye.
Councilmember Such?
Aye.
Councilmember Garaventa?
Aye.
Councilmember Segerstrom?
Aye.
Okay, passes 5-0. This is awesome. We're moving forward as a city. We're working with our county, other fire agencies, so this is awesome. So excellent. Thank you for all that are involved.
Can't wait to see those engines.
Okay.
Oh, they'll be shiny.
Okay, so on to new business. Direct staff to work with the County of Tuolumne on the development of a California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, permanent local housing 5-year allocation program plan and pool funding allocations for delivery of projects identified in the plan. And pool is not as in swimming pool. I'll get that question later, I'm sure, so not swimming pool. So, okay,
So,
Melissa.
thank you. This is a great opportunity that the county has extended to us, specifically the county administrator's office. We've been working with Mo Frank and her team. They will be putting together a 5-year plan. They've asked if the if the city has interest in being a partner in that 5-year plan. So I am bringing this to you for your direction. The project is funded through SB2, which implemented a $75 real estate transaction fee, establishing a permanent ongoing source of funding to local jurisdictions across the state for the development of affordable and workforce housing. In 2020, the HCD released guidelines for the PLHA, or the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Grant Program, which established the guidelines, and among them, the development of the 5-year plan. The city and the county both have apportionments within that 5-year funding cycle. Currently, we have 2 years that have been allocated approximately $230,000 to the city. Neither the city nor the county has previously applied for these funds. However, a notice of available funding is coming out with a deadline in December for the application of these funds. So at this time, I am recommending that we partner with the county in the development of the 5-year plan for the prioritized list of projects that staff is working on putting together. Please note that this is just preliminary. This is just staff working to identify the plan, identify the priority projects. That plan and its priority projects would go before the Board of Supervisors and before the City Council, require your adoption before it's submitted to the state. Even though we would be pooling our allocation, no decisions have been made as to how those funds would be prioritized or how the projects would be ranked, or if the city funds would be needed to go just to city projects, or if they would go towards funding a priority county-wide project. Those decisions have not been made. We're just asking for direction to pool our resources together as a region and work collectively on this 5-year plan, and then bring to you those decisions as the plan evolves with county staff. At this time, that is the direction that I am seeking. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I think I lost Lori Adams. She's the consultant working with the county on this program and project. I was hoping I wouldn't lose her on the line, but I think I did. So it's a new program for me. We have not allocated these funds before, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions from the council?
I have a
Councilmember
question.
Such.
And I don't know if anyone knows this, but does anyone know what the area median income is? I'm curious because it's increased the supply of housing for households at or below 60% of area median income, and I
don't have that information, but I can check for that information with Lori.
I'll just Google it right now.
Okay. Any questions before I go to public comment? Okay, so I'll go to public comment, Zoom first. Are there any? I don't see any hands raised. Okay, so I'll ask for public comment here in the audience. Mr. Supervisor, would you want to comment on any of this first? I just put you on the spot, I know, but.
So I'll confess that I'm not very familiar with this whole process, but I do know that our Maureen Frank is so much on top of this stuff. And if she's working with the city, we're going to have to, apparently there's some things we're not quite, totally understanding of yet, how they're going to shake out. But I have every bit of confidence for Mo. So.
I feel the same exact way. So, yeah. And again, it's another partnership between the city and the county.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other? Come on up, sir.
Yeah, my name is Benjamin Anderson. I have a question. So this is like you're taxing now and going to spend later, basically is what you're doing? Is that correct?
No, I think that the real estate transaction fees have been collected. And so now they are being allocated to the jurisdictions.
Right, but you want to continue this. That's what you're asking for. You're asking for a continuation of this.
So we are currently asking to utilize the funds that have been allocated the city.
But are you asking to continue this? Continue this $75 thing? Because I noticed that I've been noticing on my tax bill, they say that taxes don't go up, your property tax. But has anybody looked at their property tax and seen what else they've been adding on that? It's not just your property tax.
I'm actually going to have our city attorney answer this just because she can get into the nitty gritty.
So generally speaking, because this is a tax that has been set by the city doesn't have any authority to request that it continue or not. This is just, how do we use the money that's already been collected?
Okay, so they're not asking to continue it.
This is not a request to ask the state to continue the tax.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll talk more about that after public comment is over with also.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. Okay, would anyone else like to speak? Okay, so I'll bring it back to the council. I'll just, I'll make the comment that any taxes that are put forth that are not state taxes, that are taxes from a different locality, different area, typically either have to pass by 51%, and that's when it's a general, and then was it 75%?
66.
66, excuse me. So yeah,
Or 55, there's different.
Yeah, there's all kinds of different ones. I know it's like 50+1 and certain ones, that sort of thing. So the last.
School bonds have a different equation as well.
You know all about the bonds part,
So do
yeah.
you.
But yeah, so this is not a raising of the taxes, and a fee is still a tax. So it's nothing like that. It's that there's money there and we can work with the county to do things with it, other than Sacramento taking the money and allocating it to somewhere else, other than us. So, Sacramento loves to do that. So, yeah, that's all I have to say. So are there any questions or comments from the council?
Not really. I was just going to just basically say this $75 fee is done by the state. The state has the money, and this is our way of getting that share that's been done in our county, in our city. Otherwise would go to someone else. So yeah, we're not implementing that. We're just taking we're taking advantage of the fact that the county has, or the state already has this in place. They would do it whether we didn't want to do anything with money or not.
It will continue.
And use the money. So we might as well use that money back here as opposed to letting the state use it somewhere else.
The way I've described it in the past is that they're already taking our money in taxes or fees, whatever someone wants to call it. I'm not getting into that. But basically, we have to go and beg for it back. And rural counties, rural cities have a really hard time getting those taxes back. We'll fill out different types of grants and other things, and then suddenly LA got something brand new, and essentially we paid for it on our backs. So, but that's partly my opinion, but that's essentially what it is. We beg for it back through these type of things. So,
And
okay.
that's the way California works.
Yes.
So, but further, more workforce housing is something we desperately need in this area. And that should be one of the biggest focuses that we as public bodies should be working on, because any new developments that I've heard about are going in at, starter homes at $500,000 to $700,000, and that's simply unattainable for our children and other people needing or wanting to move up here. So being that this is not a new tax, it's going to continue, and I understand the concern about taxes in general. For us to try and work with the county and use them for workforce housing and low-income housing can hopefully work to help our workforce, help ordinary people, our children, when they grow up, and maybe even put fewer homeless people out on the streets. So I'm going to support it.
Cool. Yeah, I don't have any.
I'm sorry. I should have also mentioned the working with the county. I mean, it's great to be doing so and should be beneficial to both entities.
So, cool. Okay, so can I get a motion in a second?
I will move on staff recommendation.
I will second it.
He beat you, Mark. Okay, motion by Councilmember Garavetta.
I was going to read it out.
It's second by Mayor Pro Tem Plummer. Okay, so all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, sorry.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Okay, passes 5-0.
And thanks to Melissa for implementing it.
Yes, and thank you for working with the county, and like I said, good things to come. Okay, so item number 13, I believe, is the big one. So at this time, I'd like to call about a 5-minute break, because I believe we're going to be doing this for a little bit. When we come back, I'll lay out kind of how we're going to handle this item, and then we'll go from there. That way there's transparency and everyone gets heard. so we'll call it back to order at 6:27. And hopefully everybody got a potty break, because I think we're going to be in here for a little while, which is fine. This is what we do, and this is how we remain transparent. So, okay, so I've talked to our city attorney and our city administrator, and the way I'd like to go with this next item number 13 with A and B, and then I'll read them out. But what I would like to do is have the public comment for both of those, but we can take those in a separate vote. I think that'll save some time. Everyone can still comment on the resolution, and they can comment on the potential dissolution or keeping together of the committee. I think that would save us some time, because I think we're probably, it appears, kind of have about 60 people in here, probably using about 3 minutes. So that's how I would like to handle this. So I don't hear any opposition from the council, so I will move forward. And again, this gives everybody the chance to speak, and not 3 minutes, yes. Yes.
Okay, that's just.
Yes, I just, and again, it's, like I said, with 60 people in here in 3 minutes, we're looking at almost 3 hours, so. Yes. So, I'll start this off. Under new business, item number 13, consideration of the following social equity committee items. Item number A, or letter A, is adopt a resolution number 418-2022C, affirming the City of Sonora's commitment to equity, fairness, and justice as recommended by the Social Equity Committee. And then B, discuss the potential dissolution of the Social Equity Committee. Again, both of these are going to be taken separately, but they're listed as an A and a B. So when you come up to comment, you can comment on both of these. So we will start on Zoom. I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm just ready for this. It's going to be fun. So last time when all this came before us, everyone was pretty respectful, and I really appreciated that. And I know the council did too. We definitely don't all have the same beliefs, same ideas. But when we can come together like this and be respectful of one another, it does make it a lot easier, and a lot of times you get a lot more understanding. So I will turn this over to Melissa.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no additional information to present in addition to the staff report. I will, however, let members of the public and the council know that the resolution was received by my office in accordance with the deadline that was required by the council. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I have no additional information to present, and I would request you open up the public discussion.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so before we go to the public, I was actually going to ask the council members that are on the Social Equity Committee if anything they wanted to say first. Not to put you on the spot, but just any lead-in, any work about the work that you did on the resolution, anything like that.
I'd like to hear the public comment first.
Okay.
I'll speak after.
Very cool.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to ask how we actually intend to pass or not pass this, and if we are going to just regard it in toto, or as one complete unit, or if we are going to discuss wordsmithing it together afterwards, because how I flavor my approach and remarks will depend somewhat on how we're going to do this. I'm not suggesting, this is kind of a council decision, I would think. So, if the members presenting it want to say, this is it, this is all it is, and we're going to pass it or fail it, then I would, look at it differently than if we say, okay, we're going to listen to public comment and then contemplate changing stuff. There are a fair number of items. Some of it's very acceptable, very good. Other parts are stuff that I am not able to vote for, and yet we both have expressed an opinion that we would like this council to be able to support it unanimously. So if we're going to say no changes, like I say, that just changes my position. And I would think, so there's a great deal of public interest and both support for this. And we've seen some very vocal support time and again. We're going to see probably some very vocal support to not accept it. And I would like to ask the council to now to only pass it if we get at least a supermajority of 4/5 vote. I think for something that's so divisive and so partisan that that's a fair request, and I so move.
So legally speaking, is that,
The council is not required to pass a 4/5 vote in order to adopt this type of resolution, but it's really at the discretion of the council.
So we can
And-
choose to.
So the council can choose to do so. The council can also choose to revise it. Because this is a creation, the committee was a creation of the council, this in essence is, it's a public statement by the council. The council really has full discretion on what it can do.
okay,
So I move that we do not pass this without a 4/5 vote.
Was that a motion?
That was a motion.
Not gonna get a second from me.
this may be a legal thing.
So
No.
Mayor, as to that point, my recommendation is that you open up for public comment before you make any motions or decisions on formality. of
Yeah,
what's going
yeah,
on.
I think we're
absolutely.
jumping the gun, yeah.
So essentially, we could
This
go.
was a motion on procedure and not to accept it or not.
It is, but because it's a public hearing item, that it's all interrelated, it really should be open to the
Okay.
public first.
Thank you.
So essentially, we could have all of our public comment through all of this, and then we could bring it back to the council and,
For a discussion, if you want to change the voting requirement
Okay.
for it, or otherwise,
Okay.
yes.
okay, does that okay, that satisfies you, okay. Okay, so, it sounds like everyone wants to wait for the public comment to come through? Okay. Okay, this is the quietest the council's been before this, so this will be exciting. Okay, so again, I'm going to start on the Zoom calls first. So far, we have about 27 participants. And then we will go to the audience in here. So I see Alex Abarca. I hate mispronouncing names, but sometimes I'm like, oh. Okay, so let's go to Alex first.
Hello,
We
dear.
are starting with the Zoom first. Okay, go ahead, Alex.
Thank you. Dear Mayor and Sonora City Council members. My name is Alex Abarca. Got to roll that R a little bit. A mental health practitioner of 20 years who moved here 7 years ago with my wife and my 2 children. I was born in Mexico and raised in both Mexico and the United States. I am the son of immigrants to this great country who moved here to pursue the American dream. My family taught me that in this country, anyone with a strong work ethic and strong character can accomplish their goals, regardless of the color of their skin, or their ethnic background. I am forever grateful for my family's guidance and the opportunities this country has provided me. I have family members and friends who identify with the LGBTQIA+ and minority spectrums. I am sympathetic to anyone who has suffered from prejudice or direct physical harm simply because they exist. Prejudice, bigotry, and ignorance have always existed and will continue to do so. I myself experienced microaggressions in both countries growing up. Interestingly enough, I have never experienced as much prejudice or bigotry in this country until I decided to stand against dangerous ideologies and misguided policies. The Social Equity Committee supporters make various claims that allude to the presence of systemic racism, prejudice, and bigotry in Tuolumne County. The propagation of such ideas creates fears, angst, and anger, which leads to the constant state of suffering and restlessness. Seeing the world through this lens creates a dangerous victimhood mentality that will eventually be projected onto others who either appear to be the oppressor or supportive of the perceived oppression. As an example of this was on full display when a 30-year-old person harassed and seriously threatened several people at a local medical freedom rally I attended last year. Most of us would think that freedom of speech, informed consent, and medical freedom of choice would be a topic that unites all people, regardless of color, political, or social ideologies. Sadly, this isn't true. I recommend the Social Equity Committee be dismantled, as their resolution is based on anecdotal beliefs that only lead to continued perception of systemic prejudice and oppression, which also worsens states of fear and anger in our community. Such committees will only misuse precious time and resources, as evidenced by taking almost 2 years to define its own resolution. After reading the last draft of this resolution, several questions remain. In regards to the business and responsibilities of Sonora City Council, how does the committee define social equity? What are the desired outcomes of diversity, inclusion, and equity?
Your time's up, sir.
Well, that was the 3 minutes? My goodness.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think my sentiment is communicated.
Thank you very much. Okay, on to Nina G.
Hello and good evening, Mayor Hawkins and council members. I propose as a compromise to approving the resolution, I ask that you strike the 14th paragraph from the resolution section that calls for action, very divisive and politically charged action. The section has a phrase that reads that the city and partners will work to identify existing disparities and systemic barriers, develop a plan to achieve DEI outcomes, report measurable progress as a part of the council's goal-setting exercise. These are typical call to action phrases that lead to a purposely unachievable and perpetual goal to keep the issue at the forefront. The concept of equity is steeped in divisiveness, soft bigotry, and utter disregard for the individual by immediately identifying individuals into groups that are based on race, color, or gender, creating a victim or marginalized class along with an oppressor or perpetrator class. We all start in a different place in life, so outcomes are bound to be different, dare I say disparate. It is not always a negative consequence of racism, discrimination, or prejudice. It often occurs, and mostly does, from differences or traits of characteristics possessed by the individual, not necessarily because of the very popular race, color, or gender difference, or systemic barriers. This is a game that certain ideologues are playing under the guise of DEI. I know it because I've been a part of it. I can clearly see the damage and divisiveness it brings from many well-intended people, many of them white people. And I say that being what is currently referred to as a person of color, a term that my immigrant Mexican grandfather, who worked the fields breaking his back, would never want me to identify as. He wanted me to identify as an American primarily, and a Mexican American secondarily, which I proudly do. The equity game is referred to has very common themes that are played out in circles by these DEI champions. It aims to make the leader feel morally superior and to take exception to something foundational in our society. Here's the game the DEI folks play. Identify a domain of human endeavor, note a distribution scale of success or competency, define the worst end of that as victims or the marginalized, define those who are doing better as oppressors or perpetrators. Then you get to identify with the victim, have a common set of enemies or a goal. Congratulations, you now have a DEI issue you can champion and rally against. I now ask, how will the city-sponsored group go about identifying these existing disparities and systemic barriers? How will you know if the negative outcome was due to injustice or discrimination rather than individual traits? What exactly are the outcomes trying to be achieved? Who will make the decision if that outcome is sufficient? There are evil forces and efforts to divide this country, and they are mostly succeeding. Do not let this beautiful place, the city of Sonora, contribute to it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next, I see the next hand up is Randy Hanvelt.
Okay, thank you, Matt, and members of the council. Look, I sat in on several of these meetings over the time of the committee. They were very, they weren't very productive. And I mean, it took a year and a half or more to get to this point, and frankly, I find this resolution to be divisive. I think it focuses on the negative and not the positive. In my career, I've been fortunate to travel the world, and we are the best in the world. We're the only people that care about other people. And I think we need to focus on the positive and move things forward. I think that this committee has been an exercise from results in futility, not that it wasn't a good discussion in some cases, but it was purely biased. And I agree with the previous speaker, focusing on people of color. Look, if you talk about discrimination and abuse, it comes across the board. But frankly, it's not very bad here. Go any place in the world and it's much, much worse. And so I think we need to focus on the positive, not the negative. Disband this committee and stop keeping score. We do need to treat everyone equally, but let's not focus on the negative, please. And we certainly don't need to focus on history that you can't do anything about anyway, other than to resolve how you move forward. So let's just drop this whole subject, in my opinion, and move forward in a positive fashion together. Thank you very much. Appreciate your listening.
Thank you, Mr. Hanvelt. Okay, we're going to continue to look for other hands raised on Zoom. It looks like Tristan Ciliata, and then Pablo. So Tristan, go ahead.
Tristan, if you're talking, there you go.
Forgive me. Forgive me. I'm deeply offended by the remarks of former Supervisor Randy Hanvelt and his migration to, I don't know where, the far right, far right, if he can. I have read over the document. I have watched this entire episode from the beginning. As a matter of fact, from before the beginning, when it was first conjured in the minds of Mr. Tichenal and Joe Bick. Now I'm very, very offended by what's going on. What has been presented, is being presented to the City Council, is a very innocuous document. If the City Council wants them to continue with refining the document, that's hunky-dory. To talk about abating it now is like denying that the first event that ever happened that caused this whole thing never happened, and it did. There was a protest against the slaying of George Floyd and for Black Lives Matter that was responded to in a really vulgar and horrible kind of way that forced the City Council to address this issue. And that's why the Equity Committee was formed in the first place. Now to abandon it, that's inane.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on to Pablo Lopez.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. So I think there's something that needs to be addressed, right? There's a conversation that keeps being bringing up about how racial disparities are not really a big issue locally, and maybe some people argue even nationally, right? And so I think it's important to remember that the director of the CDC, Rochelle Walensky, right, says racism is a serious threat to the public health of America, right? That's one of the things her office is addressing directly. So at the federal level, we know that's an issue. At the state level, we have the California Office of Health Equity. Another major office is the National Institute of Health, has officially opened the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. We have the American Public Health Association also talking about racism as a public health issue nationally and locally, right? So the national discourse is racism is a problem that is absolutely impacting every aspect of American life, right? So if we look at what it looks like in Tuolumne County, right? Some people may argue, well, okay, that might be in big cities. What happens here locally? Certain I guess like databases, for instance, racecounts.org, they specifically can give you numbers on what that looks like locally. One of the biggest issues that we have is economic opportunity, right? There's huge racial disparities in Tuolumne County for income, right? We're talking about people of color in Tuolumne County on average make half of what white people make, right? That's a huge issue. The dropout rates are disproportionate for BIPOC, right? So we're not talking about personal views. We're not talking about personal stories. We're talking by the number statistics, right? This is a huge issue, a massive issue, enough that multiple federal agencies have to open up whole divisions to address it. In California, we've opened up divisions to address it, right? And so trying to get rid of a committee that is trying to deal with these, to create a communication ground, doesn't make it go away. All that it does is saying, well, we're not going to deal with it. So then the state's going to come in and deal with it. So really, it's not an option of, do we get rid of it or not? It's, do we want to have a voice in the conversation? If the city of Sonora chooses to get rid of the Social Equity Committee, all you're doing is saying, okay, state, we will just follow your directive and have no say in it. And that's really the decision that you guys are discussing. So I think looking at it from that perspective, it's something that we really need to consider. We need to have a committee in order to fully, represent the interests of Tolman County, right? We want to have our opinions, our expertise, and our people as part of that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo. Next is Megan Mills.
Yes, thank you. May I be heard?
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much for taking comment. Greetings to Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and members of the public. And what I would just like to say is that I believe we could all sit here and cite all the statistics and federal agencies and local agencies in the world, and that would not sway opinion, because what this is really about is about privilege, and it's about not wanting to be held to account or to be accountable for harm. And so I'll just state for myself, I support the resolution. I have been in attendance of nearly every single social equity committee meeting and many of the city council meetings. I have listened to both sides of this, and it is not a partisan issue to stand for equity and justice. That shouldn't be partisan. It shouldn't be controversial. What it says to me is that we're so comfortable that we don't want to talk about it because it makes us uncomfortable. And so I would urge the council to not throw away the last 2 years of work, heart, soul, and people feeling threatened in our own community by virtue of being on this equity committee. Don't throw it away. Don't throw that work away. Please don't discount what people of color and everybody has a different experience. I would just ask that people understand that because you don't experience something personally does not mean it doesn't happen. I've said that over and over again. So I'm kind of at a loss of words, because it's so sad to me that my hometown where I grew up, that this is a contentious issue. The fact that a resolution condemning racism and discrimination in Sonora is controversial is sad to me. It speaks to the level of ignorance and apathy, and it's sad. It says to me, I don't belong here. It says to me that my loved ones and family members of color and in the queer community don't belong here, because we're not safe here. And it makes me angry and sad. And yes, I'm being emotional. Well, emotions are part of the deal. So I really appreciate my colleagues who have spoken and had a little more congruence and continuity and citations. And I appreciate all that. But if I thought that would move the decision, I would do that too. It is not a partisan issue. It shouldn't be a controversial issue. The fact that it is so, so sad. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Megan. Okay, next is John Lucy. Oh, you're still muted, John.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
Can hear you now. Go for it.
Okay, I'll be quick. I just wanted to speak to the divisive nature and the fact that we keep hearing that it's a nonpartisan issue. I just before this meeting, I went to Google, and there's a Equity California, eqca.org, and they detail what's been done in the name of equity and equality. And these there's a total, according to this website, over 174 bills in California that have been written or passed. and done in the name of this equity and equality. And the point I want to make is that I've spent the last hour going through each one of those bills, and 100% of them are Democrat issue. So I just want to emphasize that point, that just politically speaking, it is partisan. The things that are being done are partisan. And there's a lot more written in that resolution than just saying, that regarding equality and racism. So it's obviously divisive, and it's not equal to have 100% Democrat influence policies or resolutions or committees in a city setting. So I just would like to put that out there. This is a small town. This is an awesome town. It needs to be a united town. We have our problems. I think it can be a united town. And I love this town. And I hate to see it so divided. And I think I would take this conversation and this action and this committee and this resolution and put it to rest and get back to just uniting this town. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, John. Okay, on next to BZ Smith. Hello, BZ. Can't hear you yet.
I'm trying to get there. There I am. Hi.
There you go.
So, once again, I'm not really fully prepared for this, but I'm going to just do my best in the 3 minutes that I have. To begin with, to address the last gentleman who spoke, when we hear it from other people as well, that there is this division, this dividing thing that is separating us, and yet we need a format where we can come together and we can talk about ways that we can address these conflicts that are keeping us separated. And I think that the work that the Equity Committee is doing has brought light onto some of the very, very delicate and deeply complicated issues that have existed in our community in our modern times, all the way back to before the gold rush. It is a part of who we are, and therefore it does fall into the category of systemic. So what I'm trying to say to you is we need a forum and essentially a guideline that lets us know how to lead the conversation forward so that we can have genuine healing of these things. And I think that this work that the Equity Committee has done has brought that forward to us. It gives us a place to start so that we can go from there. It's an acknowledgement that there has been problems in our past, in our present, so that we can address them and ameliorate them for our future. I don't want my grandchildren to live in an environment where they can't be who they are as humans. I don't want your children, any of you, to have your children live in a place where they don't feel a sense of peace and comfort in this community. And to that end, the historic references of racism, they exist. So we can't say we're just going to ignore them, because they do exist and they have impacted people in ways that have been profoundly hurtful and quite honestly have even created genocide in the case of our native people of California. You cannot just ignore that. You can't cover dirt over it and pretend that it didn't happen, because it did happen. Our own Jewish cemetery here in downtown Sonora is the oldest pioneer Jewish cemetery in all of California. And about 20 years ago, it was vandalized with neo-Nazi hate, and that's why it's locked up. So we can't even go there and appreciate the immense history that is there. So I'm going to stop there because I think my time is up, but don't ignore this. It's like ignoring a virus that's in your body. It's like ignoring an infestation on your arm. You have to heal it. Thank you.
Thank you, BZ. Okay. I'm not seeing other hands raised on the Zoom, so if anyone else that's on the Zoom that has not spoken yet, please raise your hand. We want to recognize you because after this, we're going to go to the audience that is inside here. So is there anyone else on Zoom that would like to speak? Okay, calling it again. If anyone's on Zoom, please raise your hand now. Okay, so, I see Peter. Got in that like millisecond right there. Okay, Peter, go ahead and unmute, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
It is not easy to find that little raise hand thing. It's hidden on the menu on the bottom. Look, I have to start out by saying I have a lot of respect for the Social Equity Committee, the untold hours, all these months, all these meetings that you've had. Literally countless hours have been invested in this product of yours, which has finally come to a head today. But I have to tell you, the one thing missing is, in my mind, is where is the companion resolution? Your resolution is full of negativity, guilt, blame, and all sorts of ideologies that have worked themselves into it. And I'm just thinking, well, where does that leave anybody who would read this that would visit Sonora, lives in Sonora, kids in school? Like, where's the resolution that celebrates the fact that America is the greatest country in the history of the world? Where's the resolution that expresses gratitude for all the freedoms we enjoy? Where's your American Pride Proclamation? Don't see anything about it. I've observed sporadically your meetings by monitoring on Zoom, and I hear the same 5 people on the committee and about a half a dozen, maybe to 8 or 9 of the same people drive this committee for the last year and a half. So really, just a handful of zealots, and I don't mean that negatively. Your zeal is worthy of respect. You drive this claim that literally whole races are more sinful and evil than other races, and that you don't even, it's like guilt is no longer ascribed to an individual's actions, but really on the basis of group membership and maybe on social and racial status. So to me, the culture that's emerging from the worldview of this very small group of people, this committee, is one marked by hostility, division, and a false sense of moral superiority. A culture where truth is replaced by power, and gratitude is replaced by grievance. You want a culture where people are encouraged to put on the mantle of the victim, a culture where personal responsibility is eroded and where people increasingly blame their problems on others. I would just hope
30 seconds.
Yeah, I would just hope that in the 30 seconds I have left, that this committee please carefully consider the effects of this resolution if you were to pass it. You've heard the term divisive. It is not only divisive, it's absolutely polarizing. It is replete with blame and guilt and accusation, and there isn't the slightest thing in it that celebrates the moral virtue and the exceptionalism of this country that we call the USA. Thank you.
Time's up, Peter. Thank you. Okay, next hand raised is Sabine Titchler.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So, as I'm sure many know, as I've already been referenced a few times in this conversation, I'm in support of the Social Equity Committee and its resolution. So far that the committee has made extensive concessions to be in their language to be more universal in its approach to condemning anti-racism, anti-transphobia, pretty much any forms of bigotry, removing words like white supremacist culture, and removing references to police brutality, or not police brutality, but use of force, and other references that some committee members want. So I think it's disingenuous to imply that this is a partisan issue, especially since two of the members on the committee were or are on the right, the political right. So it was a coming together of ideas from different viewpoints. And anyone who's actually watched the meetings would know this. It's further disingenuous for people to be on here saying that the committee was filled with just bigotry and hatred, and attempts to guilt white people. I know that wasn't specifically stated by any of the previous speakers, but it was, implied, let's face it. And that it was actually a fairly polite process to the point where it was, I will agree with some members that it was dragged on, in part because of over politeness of all parties. And we do have examples of systemic racism. We've recently had a Tuolumne County Sheriff's deputy put on paid administrative leave for calling for the mass execution of transgender folk. Former Councilmember Randy Hanvelt has used anti-Semitic rhetoric on Facebook, going after like George Soros and using other
30 seconds.
commonly anti-Semitic fear-mongering tactics. Same with people in the on the city council who fear-monger communism. It's the very same rhetoric that the Nazis used. So that we already have institutionalized examples of bigotry that, if left unchecked, will become
That's your time.
financial burdens on the
Time's
city
up,
and
Sabine.
county.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak on Zoom? Please raise your hand. I see several names that have not raised their hand yet, so going once. Got another one. Okay. Trinka Martin.
Hi. I wasn't going to comment, but I just have to throw my 2 cents in. I want to know if the Social Equity Committee will adhere to their resolution on encouraging alternative views respectfully, because I haven't seen it. I've seen, it's a very sincere, resolution, but do we have the freedom to ask questions, the freedom to make mistakes? Do we have the freedom to be wrong, the freedom to apologize? I've seen people commenting, on social media, where they might have made a mistake, but where they have literally, I don't want to say crucified because, we're coming up right after Easter, but they have been crucified for making a mistake or making a wrong, quote unquote, wrong comment. And of course, I support all of these things. I want honest and peaceful protest. I want our police department to respect every citizen and not use unjust force, but all this is denied because certain people decide that they're the judge and jury. And I feel like they're being empowered or emboldened by the backing of the Social Equity Committee, which is unfounded in my opinion. What I want to say is that these principles that the Social Equity Committee are pushing, they're not universal. It's very divisive. We can all agree that we don't support racism in this community. We can all agree on that. That's not even an issue. But the tactics that go along with it and the emboldenedness and things that certain people feel when they feel like they're being supported by this and they're being backed by this, it's not fair. It's not it's not equitable, in my opinion.
30 seconds.
It's not a universal principle that we all share. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else on Zoom that would like to raise their hand and speak before I go to the audience here? Okay, so we're going to do it again. Going once, going twice. Okay, we are now officially moving to the audience inside the building and are leaving Zoom. So I will ask, again, everyone please just be respectful. Remember, we're up here, and even though we all don't agree as council members, we do all care for the city. I do believe that wholeheartedly. So come up to the microphone and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Oh, somebody's got to go first. Ann, my friend Ann.
My name's Ann Leonard, and I live in the city of Sonora, and I have the resolution in front of me here. And I'm so confused when I hear people say how negative it is, because when I look at it, all I see is the promotion of common values, of respect for other people, of trust and kindness and respect for everyone, an atmosphere of listening, empathy, and trust, promoting a culture of listening and addressing disparities. I don't see anything negative in this resolution at all. One or two people who've responded on Zoom indicated that this is un-American, that somehow the people who developed this equity commission don't love America the way they do. Regardless of what our positions are, it doesn't mean we don't love our country. We love our children. That doesn't mean we don't correct them when they do something wrong, that we don't want things to be better. Saying that we want to address issues, things that may not have been done properly or well in the past, doesn't mean that we hate our country, hate our community, hate our city. I think everyone here loves their city and loves their country, and that's why they're here. That's why they're there to talk and to express their views. So I would encourage everyone to actually look at the resolution and not say, we can't support this, even though it has really good ideas, because maybe it was promoted by a Democrat. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council and staff. I'm John Latore. I'm a resident of the city of Sonora and a Tuolumne County resident for 65 years. I want to start by thanking Ann for what you just said. It was beautifully put, and I second it. I'm here to speak in support of adopting the social equity resolution. In a formulation written in 1853 by the abolitionist minister Theodore Parker, he said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice." This idea has been quoted by Martin Luther King Jr. and also by President Barack Obama. I want to live in a community that bends toward justice. And I wish to express my gratitude to the Social Equity Committee for their hard work in helping our community express its fondest desire. In recent years, I personally have seen examples in our community of racism and exclusion. I'm grateful that you, our leaders, are working to put our community on the right side of history and acknowledge and celebrate diversity and equity. A couple of the speakers on Zoom characterized the ordinance as divisive, and I really don't see how a careful reading can come to that conclusion. The second speaker, Nina G., she pointed to a phrase that says that we will work to identify existing disparities and systemic barriers. I think that's a noble goal. There are existing disparities and there are systemic barriers. And she understood that to mean that we will work to identify perpetrators. And I wish I could have a conversation with her to get her to actually read this more carefully. One of the Zoom speakers, Peter, made the statement that
30 seconds.
thank you, 8 or 9 of the same people drive this discussion. You know, I'm not in any minority. I enjoy actually white privilege. But in my community, I know a couple of hundred people who care deeply about these values and want to promote them at the city level. So, thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to come up next?
Good evening. My name is Jeff Sargo. Thank you for listening to all of us this evening. I got to hand it to you. I couldn't sit like you do every week. Anyway, the equity resolution, there's a lot of it I have no problem at all with. Some of the concepts, some of the contents, some of the desired goals are laudable. But I think we need to understand that we will always have idiots in our community, and our resident idiots will always do stupid things. And no matter what we do with a resolution or a vote of the committee, that's not going to stop. So this is no panacea for righting all the wrongs of the past, the present, or the future. I see nothing wrong with admitting things that have happened in the past. That's great. The biggest problem I have with this resolution is a matter of definitions. For instance, what does the term equity mean? You know, equity to me is, I own a piece of property and the bank owns a third of it. I have 2/3 equity. That's my definition of equity. That's the first thing that came to mind when they said this. To some, it means stock. Stock is an equity. To some, following along the same lines of ownership, believe this is going to lead to a forced reallocation of assets along the line someday. To others, it is just merely a social construct term. The problem is that if we don't agree on the definitions, the words we're using, we can never get to a point where we have common agreement on what we want to do or what we need to do. This is important because those words we choose to use and the exact definition of those will determine the goals we set and the steps we take in the future. At the same time, we're seeing the changing of definitions of words. Words that meant one thing 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 50 years ago, mean something different today. And that so makes it very difficult to us to ever come to agreement on anything when he's saying one word, I'm saying the same word, but we're meaning something completely different. So, being a good student, I went and I looked it up. Also being old enough to have a real hard copy dictionary that 1965. And generally speaking in the dictionary, the most predominant definition of a word is the first one that appears, and they're in subsequent order.
30 seconds.
Okay, boy, that's terrible. Let me just say on it, the definition of equity has changed many times, and the definition we are now using. What I'd like to do is hand out an article to the council members. This was written by Stanford Social Innovation Review, and it's written in the perspective of advising philanthropic organizations. And the title of it is, What the Heck Does Equity Mean? So I'd like you to take the time
Thank you,
and
sir.
read that, and appreciate the chance to talk to you.
Thank you very much. And to save, for everyone to save a little time, if you could be ready, if you want to come up, just come up. Everybody's been really polite tonight, and I want to say thank you for that. So just come up, and that way we're not having to go back and forth. Please.
Good evening, and thank you guys for all you do. I know this is not it's not an easy thing to do. No matter what you decide, there's going to be a group that is not happy. I find that happens to me at home all the time with my children. Sorry, I find that happens to me at home with my children, and my children in my household is like a micro of a macro. And I could just say that I was born in Mexico, and we migrated. My parents brought us this beautiful country, and my mom let us know that we would encounter racism. But she didn't say it would be our fault. It would be, I agree with the gentleman, it would be idiots, people who don't know, they're ignorant. She said, work hard and achieve, and you will get places. All 7 of her children went to college. All of us achieved. We all have beautiful homes, and we all have great communities that we live in. We didn't focus on who was doing what to us. We went and we did what we had to do. And this is what this is why America is beautiful. And for me, for someone to say that we need equity committee because there's so much racism is kind of perplexing because, like I said, I did encounter it, but the system was not racist. How can a system that is racist have produced so much good in our family itself? We're going to graduate our first doctor in May. We have CPAs, we have MBAs, we have a slew of successful people because we did not concentrate on people who were going to put us down. We concentrated on a future, a beautiful future. My dad came and he worked in the Thereto program, and he was, I'm sure, he encountered racism. I asked my older brother how it was when he got here. He couldn't even speak Spanish in high school. They wouldn't allow him to speak Spanish. But what happened by the time I got to high school? They're teaching Spanish. The beauty of it is we love our community, we love our country. If we focus on the opportunities, and I think that this is where leadership should focus on more, is making sure everyone has the opportunity to achieve things, to become great, not everyone's going to take that opportunity, and so they're not going to be equal. And that's my concern. We worked hard for what we have, so maybe our children and grandchildren don't have to go through what my mom and I had to go through. But now is this committee thinking, oh, well, you have this and you have that, and to make it equal, we're going to have to do this and we're going to have
30
to
seconds.
do that. My issue is that there is no definition of what you're saying equality is. It's very vague. I read it. It's a vague proposal. It doesn't really, in a committee, to have a committee like that in the ear of the leadership is unfair and unjust to people like me who are busy raising my children and getting stuff done. I can't come speak for 3 minutes every time I disagree with the committee. So
Thank you.
please, I hope you don't approve it.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, council members and members of the community. I just Googled the definition of equity, and the first definition is the quality of being fair and impartial, equity of treatment. The second definition is the value of shares issued by a company, etc. So I think equity is appropriately used in this instance. I think that the current resolution before you is much less divisive, offensive, whatever people that are against the whole concept want to say. It's positive. I don't see how people say it's negative. I don't see how people think it's anti-American. You know, if some of the speakers on Zoom wanted to have a resolution that talked about how proud we are of America, great. You know, I'm proud of America. I'm proud to be an American. My mother was an immigrant. All of my grandparents were immigrants. I feel very fortunate that they all migrated to America. But this is not about being prideful of America. That's not the purpose of this resolution. This resolution is to acknowledge that we have had some past injustices and that we have current injustices. I personally know of people that are people of color, a young Black woman who has experienced racial prejudice in our community, in our city of Sonora. I also know of a woman who has both a Black son and a white son, and they are of the same age. They both drive the same vehicle. The Black son has been stopped, and this is as of a couple years ago, 15 times in the truck. His brother, his white brother, has not been stopped at all driving the truck. And the Black son was not going over the speed limit, doing anything illegal or anything. He just stopped to be checked out. It's also known as driving while Black. So it does happen in our community. And I think that we need to acknowledge that it does happen in our community.
30 seconds.
Oh my goodness, I didn't know I was going on so long. One of the speakers said that 174 bills were in California were all by Democrats. I know Republicans are not racist either, but I don't know why they haven't come up with any bills that are anti-racist. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lori Livingston, and I am the Executive Director of Tuolumne County Arts. That is your local arts agency. I'm going to read this because I'm a little sweaty at the moment. Okay, nervous. Tuolumne County Arts, as the mandated local arts agency for Tuolumne County, the Executive Director and TCA's board encourage the City Council to adopt the resolution number 04-18-2022-C, affirming the City of Sonora's commitment to equity, fairness, and justice as recommended by the Social Equity Committee. TCA operates under the auspices of the California Arts Council, a state agency. Our relationship with the CAC is as a state and local partner. This designation is formalized every year as a proclamation from the Board of Supervisors. It allows TCA to write grants, in particular an operational grant, that is TCA's major source of funding. We operate at the county level to forward the vision, values, and goals of the state of California and its main arts and cultural agency for the state, the California Arts Council. We are in agreement with the language and focus of this document and support it wholeheartedly. This resolution will serve as a tool that TCA can clearly reference to show that our local government is aligned with the CAC's framework, values, and goals for a more equitable California. This is an important step forward in being able to show the California Arts Council that our region is doing the hard work of self-reflection as a community, and that our representative government at the local level is able to articulate and communicate a profound awareness of the meaning of equity, fairness, and justice. Further, we encourage the City Council to maintain a strong and ever-present social equity committee so that this work can evolve and continue the civic conversations that can help us achieve the intended diversity, equity, and inclusion that is a framework for prosperity, social harmony, and creativity. So I wasn't going to say too much more, but I have to say I am blown away how the discordant sort of take on this document. It's
30 seconds.
It's very upsetting. So one thing that I want to add is, do we not put our hand over our hearts and say with justice for all? This is what that document is trying to support and reaffirm. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to say I appreciate the City Council and the Social Equity Committee in what you are attempting to make happen. My name is Don Nessel. I've lived in the county for many years, and I have experienced the county in many different ways. different relationships and so forth, there obviously can be problems anywhere. I brought up at a previous meeting that I also have been in the South and back East where there are very significant problems that which Tuolumne County pales. I wanted to also say I conducted research because what I'm not thinking that the Social Equity Committee resolution is bad, but what the invitation of us being a community welcoming certain elements could cause. I conducted research to determine what other cities may have adopted Social Equity Committee resolutions. I found that Seattle, Washington in 2015, Portland, Oregon in 2020, and Minneapolis, Minnesota in 2012 all adopted social equity resolutions. They found that certain things happened in their cities that didn't happen necessarily in other cities. Whether or not they had a Black Lives Matter rally or not, those cities experienced huge issues with utter chaos, graffiti painted all over the city, buildings being damaged, garbage being strewn, and burning of private businesses. So what else did those communities want? They wanted to defund police departments in exchange for thoughtful conversations involving social engineering through community help programs. Sounds beautiful, but what did they reap with that? They reaped chaos and accelerated crime rates. I watched news coverage in 2020 of Black Lives Matter rallies in those cities. Attendees threw bottles, bricks, and other objects at law enforcement. They shined lasers into the eyes of law enforcement officers. They also yelled in the faces of police officers. The rally attendees sprayed graffiti on government buildings, private buildings. They pulled down significant monuments. They burned down
30
private
seconds.
businesses, and they assaulted and intimidated residents. I went to the gay rally in downtown and found that there were people there that wanted to engage in intelligent conversation. But then it all went downhill when 3 men dressed as women showed up, rather risque women, and then they were referred to as drag queens, I believe. The crowd began to celebrate the arrival of these
That's your
people
time.
and cheered as they passed
Thank you
around
very
Courthouse
much.
Park. Is that really what you want?
Thank you.
Hello, council members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jim Beatty. I'm here with my wife, Marcia. We've lived in the county since 1977. We have evaluated terminologies on this issue, and my wife and I have reduced it to one word: manners. How do you judge people? Do you respect them? Are you against them? Are you a racist? It all dwells down to manners. Who ever heard of legislating manners? I haven't. There's always going to be cases where someone does something wrong here. Even if you pass your issue, there'll be somebody against that. And so what? You can't control people that way. There's too many people. So there's going to be things that bother you. And we have to be kind. We have to be not divided. And we have to honor the people and do our good manners. Now, I will personally tell you, I can recall not too long ago where I was involved in I'm going to say a similar issue, just as we're here tonight talking about. And we went through where one group felt they needed this, another group felt they needed that, and it went through the various county stuff, and the county voted against me in favor of the others. And I can tell you today, I'll bet you 100% of those people that advocated that issue for themselves would come back to me and say, I wish we hadn't done it. Because every one of them, based upon what was passed, I can prove to you, catch me after the program, I'll discuss it with you, but they are suffering from that ordinance, call it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Charlene Anderson, and God, I'm like disgusted. I'm sick to my stomach. I work here. I've lived here my whole life, and I now drive a school bus for Somerville High School. And to hear the things that people are being accused of, I don't think you realize what COVID did to our children, and I don't think you have a clue of how much they love each other and are trying to pick each other up. And it's everybody. It doesn't matter what they look like. They love each other. They're helping each other, and they need love. And they don't need people saying that we did this back then and we should be punished for it now. That's ridiculous. Okay, I'm sorry that the bad people did the bad things, but there are not. That's not our town. Okay, it's not. It hasn't been until just the last few years when we got Facebook and all this garbage going on where people just put it out there. You know, I work in the community. I drive by everybody that's going to work or dropping off their family, and they are wonderful people. They are absolute wonderful people. They stop and they wait for the children to go. You know, I'm sick to my stomach. You guys, this is tearing people apart. And I think it's bullshit, and I'm out of here. I'm going home.
Thank you. Yeah, if everyone could hold off their applause, it just helps with everything moving a little quicker.
Hello, my name is Ed Greer. I'd like to appeal to you, city council members, to reach for a goal of unity for our community, not division. There's always going to be a fool that disrespects others, but in America or Sonora, we don't legislate for one or two bad apples. We deal with them appropriately when they get out of line. Remember when our government attempted to abolish drinking alcohol? That didn't work too well. We can't legislate morality. It must be taught at home. But overall, and for the most part, the majority of our community believes that we've done a pretty good job of respecting and enforcing good behavior as a community. If we close our eyes to the divisive results that these woke type resolutions have had on other cities around America and even in California, it's all the proof we need to see why it is so important that we don't bring social equity and its racist agenda here in Sonora or Tuolumne County. Social equity is just another excuse to claim that all white people are racist and evil. The majority of us know this to be false. Social equity, the woke movement defines people who were born with white skin as white supremacists, which is a violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that outlaws discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. This is the greatest resolution we could ever ask for in regards to a community, obeying that law. This resolution does not heal our community. It will actually bring about divisiveness and exacerbate race where it doesn't exist. Social equity has been destructive and is still going on in Seattle, Portland, a number of these cities, even that my previous speaker mentioned. It's all based on this
30
woke
seconds.
movement, and it's harmful to our country. So please show good leadership here and abolish this resolution and retire its committee. That's the most helpful thing that you can do to help our community. So thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tom Crosby. First, I'd like to acknowledge the personal investment, passion, and persistence of the SEC members. Over many months, different perspectives and sensibilities were shared and discussed, often with the public in producing the resolution. I agree with much of the content from an academic and a philosophical perspective, yet yet some I find less relevant or helpful to Sonora of 2022 and its future. I appreciate and accept that contention exists. Individuals fail to be civil. Personal attacks are launched from the extremes, and our community has lost much of its ability to have effective dialogue regarding social and political issues important to all of us. Case in point, we have not been able to hold a public town hall with national or state elected officials in many years. Everyone with Sonora in their address and much of the surrounding region will be affected by the City Council's decision tonight. I ask you to consider the percentage of our community that would embrace the resolution in its current form. Are you prepared to assign our collective identity to the message contained here and at this stage of development? Would we hand a copy of this resolution to every visitor or prospective new resident? Is it ready for that? Have we adequately considered the implications to business, services, visitation, and marketing our region? Are these not also important priorities? I would prefer this effort in social engineering to come from an ongoing process of dialogue and persuasion with community thought leaders outside of government. The work that went into the resolution document could be used as a launching point for a broader discussion with identification of specific issues and actions that the community feels are necessary. And to that effect, council members, for your consideration, let it be resolved that our Sonora City Council thank and commend the members of the Social Equity Committee for their contribution, recognize what has been learned and documented through their efforts, and present this as foundational work to proceed in a community-based group.
30 seconds.
And to those in the community with a passion for social engineering in all its forms, come together, identify specific problems, address solutions with public and private organizations as appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Kirk. Over the past several months, I've attended a number of the Social Equity Committee meetings and have come to understand some things I would like to share with the City Council for your consideration. Clearly, there are some bad actors in our society who say and do things none of us would condone. The question is, how do we deal with that in a way that is effective? And how do we deal with that in a way that doesn't create unintended consequences for the community? I think we all know that human expression, whether it be good or bad, comes from the inside. How can the inside be changed? The only truly effective way I'm aware of is by experiencing a life-altering aha moment. Sometimes this happens when a person has the tables turned on them. More often, I think it happens in faith awakenings. Can the government change a person's inside thought processes? Governments have a role in setting laws and deciding what is acceptable. It has been well noted that the US government has civil rights laws. Of course, these don't change how people think. Other, more repressive regimes have tried much more heavy-handed approaches, which to a degree have been successful in keeping people from speaking and acting, but have been unable to change how they think. I have a European friend who grew up under a regime that tried to control thought. He told me his parents were turned to be suspicious of each other and report any failures to comply to the authorities. But he told me that inside they still thought the same way as before the government imposed controls. And even though now free, his parents still will not speak of certain things. Sad. I believe that if you truly want to change people's behavior, then activities such as open community-led discussions where people may experience an aha moment are the way to go. I think top-down government-imposed attempts to change people isn't going to work. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sayate. My name is Fran. Glad I could be here. I'm honored. My mother and father are Navajo. I'm Navajo. From the Red House, born to the Water Clan, Banana Clan, born to the Salt People. We are 100% Native Americans. And I'm asking that you not pass this resolution. And I can go on to the injustices of what have happened, not only in California, but across this nation. And it has hurt. It has hurt a lot of people. And my people and the people of California also, Native Americans. I can only speak for us. We have been treated badly, and there has been a lot of injustices and discrimination and things of that nature. My parents both went to the government-run boarding schools, and they were both beaten. They were both taken from their families. Their hair was cut. They were taught not to speak Navajo, and they were beaten, and they were forced to speak English. To this day, unfortunately, I don't speak Navajo because my parents were tortured, so I speak English. But what I want to say is that throughout history, which you cannot change, what has happened, cannot change it, but you can move forward from it as an individual. It's an individual choice. I'm sorry we can't, make the world a better place, but you can be a better person, you yourself. This skin color, I can't change. I cannot change it, whatever I do. Wherever I go, it's with me. Whatever I encounter, so be it. I encounter. But I know that in the future generations, we can teach them. We can teach them to respect one another. But it has to come from your own individuality, your own heart, to speak to one another. And I'm sorry, that's a great idea that you've put forth, the Social Equity Committee. But so is a good idea to put Native Americans in government
30
schools.
seconds.
That was a great idea, but it turned out to be horrific. So I'm asking you not to pass this. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come up and speak?
David Wynn. I wasn't going to speak, but I think it's been pretty well demonstrated tonight by the people who have spoken quite eloquently on both sides. This is divisive. It's very divisive. Is that what you want to do? I was born and raised here. My best friend from kindergarten to this day is Hispanic and Navajo. We've been friends. From that day forward to now, and I have a son who passed away from AIDS, unfortunately, who was Black, that was adopted by us, not formally adopted, but we loved him as much as we love our own. We're not racists, none of us. We are part of this community. And I thought of a million things I could say about this resolution. And it would take 2 days of seminars, maybe a month, to try to educate. I am very curious of the origin of the Social Equity Committee formation in the first place, because I could give you a seminar on social equity and tell you what it really is. That's not why we're here. We're here to talk about the effectiveness and what the real outcome and the need for this resolution. What is it going to cost? I have put my bean counter hat on right now. What do you think the ramifications of this are? Are they going to put it on a shelf and gather dust? No way. They're going to come to the council, and some of you won't be here. We have to hire a highly paid DEI consultant and impose all these additional regulations. All it's going to do is cost the city money. If you want to export it to the county, to the cities, to the schools, all these other government agencies, it's going to do that too. It's nothing that's going to be a productive document. I'm sorry, because I really, really think the intent is to bring us together. That's what it says. It doesn't. Martin Luther King,
30
Dr. Martin
seconds.
Luther King is an American hero. I did a college paper based on his letter from the Birmingham jail. And I can tell you, he wouldn't support this.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Anderson. I live here, obviously. From what I see, this is a witch hunt that was set up when America's turmoil occurred, when the Rodney King riots happened. And as you know, there was riots all over the place. That happened about 3 years ago now. And look what happened. And one of you guys even said that it happened in Seattle. Seattle, they had Chaz, what they called Chaz. Is that what we want? Do we want to have something like that happen here? Because that's what's going to happen. We'll have people nobody's going to want to come to this town. Because the word will get out. We'll have buildings burned. We'll have the whole place go up in flames. People will just, right now we're just starting to get back to normal. People are starting to come. I go downtown and people are happy. People are everywhere from all walks of life. And they're beautiful. They love it. They love it here. This is a great town. I don't see any kind of what you guys are talking about. I don't see it at all. I see a great town where everybody is getting along. There is no decisiveness at all. This is something out of the Communist Manifesto, is what I see. That's what I see happening. It's terrible. It's really a bad situation, is what I see. I see you guys trying to generate chaos and decisiveness where there is none. And so there shouldn't, and I don't understand it. I don't see it. But, and like one of them said, when you guys get together, when the committee gets together, they just bicker and bad talk about what's going on in the county, what's going on in the city. And I hope this isn't a county-wide thing. I hope it's only a city, because I don't live in the city, and I will stay out of the city if this happens. I won't shop locally. They say shop local. I won't do that. And I think that will put an end to a lot of people shopping locally. They just won't visit. Thank you.
Thank you.
I kind of want to second what Tom Crosby said about this could be a good jumping off point. However, I can't concur with it right now. And if somebody kind of guffaw at the comment on Marxism, I'll just go ahead and specify that according to the book, How to Be an Anti-Racist, you also have to be an anti-capitalist. I've also heard Mercedes Toon, one of the members of the committee, refer to the political meaning of equity, also the political meaning of the person of color. Councilmember Segerstrom listed off a bunch of political definitions in a previous meeting. So apparently it looks like this is a political thing, and according to the City Code of Ethics, number 3, refrain from political activities which may undermine the public's confidence in government. I think we need to take this out of being a government agency. Second thing on this resolution, it seems to make the committee permanent. There's also DEI outcomes.
and to report measurable progress. And I looked up the Berkeley DEI checklist, and right at the top there was wanting to remove bias in job descriptions. Wording in job descriptions can impact whether more females or males apply, i.e. research shows that masculine adjectives like superior, competitive, and determined result in less female applicants. You ought to be able to ask for whatever you want as an employer, and I, if I was an applicant, would like to know exactly what the employer wants. You're not being fair to me as an applicant, right? Otherwise. Now, I was trained in method to in Douglas Americanism, and my sister worked for a Japanese guy that kind of had the same philosophy as I learned there. There's a man named Daryl Davis who is black who converted members of the Klan. From now on, I'm just going to start quoting him. Okay? Oh, he quoted 40 to 60 members he directly converted out of the Klan, and there's 200 indirectly. I believe the best way to reach hearts and minds of people who oppose you is to allow them to be themselves. Next, I do not pretend to be anything other than what I am, though I allowed each Klansman to know where I stood. I never forced my beliefs on upon anyone. Wish I had more time. Unlike most Black Americans, I lived in Africa for 10 years, and I'm out of time. Basically, what it comes down to, people, is that once you can make a human-to-human equal connection, all this color and culture and all the stuff you're listing here, he's also opposed to listing things, all that goes away. It doesn't matter. And I've lived it, okay? So my time's up.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Is there anyone else that would like to come up and speak? Really? Anyone else like to come up and speak? Ah, I didn't even have to say going once that time.
My name is Patricia Horsthaus, and I just want to say that I am very sad that I've heard so much anger, because what this is supposed to do is actually make people feel better towards other people, have a social justice where we recognize that, yes, some aspects of our society, it doesn't happen, and we would like to right some of that. But I am very saddened by the anger that's expressed by the fear of social justice.
Thank you. Anyone else want to come up and speak? Okay, so going once, twice. Okay, so I'm going to bring it back to the council for, I guess, further council discussion and motions and everything else. And again, this is to remind the public that we are, and the council also, that new business number 13 was divided into two sections, A and B. One is adoption of the resolution, and then the other is the possible dissolution or continuation of the equity committee. So who would like to go first? Councilmember Sagestrom.
No, I'm just, the outcry of what this resolution will do to the community has me really confused, because as far as I mean, we never talked about implementation, but I assumed it would be put up on, if it was passed, it would be put on the website, as many other social equity resolutions are in cities across California. I mean, I don't think it's going to be on a banner outside the city hall. I mean, I guess too, that part of this needs to be just what are we, if we do whatever way we vote on the resolution, what are we going to do with it?
Okay.
I have more to say, but I'll let other people.
Yeah,
I mean, that was
I
just
understand.
that was kind of a critical. I mean, it sounded like It just sounds like, people are breathing it in like molecules and it's going to make everybody crazy. So,
I'm already crazy.
Yeah, I'm already crazy.
Yeah.
So, if we could clarify what the committee would like as an outcome of the resolution, should it be passed, that would be most helpful. Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking over to this side just because there's more council members. I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot. So, okay. Mark, would you like to say anything?
This is separate from other comments, but to reply to Councilwoman Sagerstrom's question here, this is not supposed to be a dry, dull document that just collects dust. It is a call to action. And it is a call to action for vague issues. Now, therefore, let it be resolved, the City of Sonora, in concert with city staff and the City Council and the social equity and community partners, will work to identify existing disparities and systemic barriers and develop a plan to achieve intended diversity, equity, and inclusion outcomes, and report measurable progress as part of the Council's goal-setting exercise, also recognizing and celebrating progress already made in the community. And part of that refers back to the second resolve, where it's actually pretty good until we get to promoting racial justice. The Social Equity Committee wasn't even able to define that on their own list of terms. What is racial justice? If I were black and when Councilwoman Such told me to quit speaking in a foreign language, or Mexican, that would have been considered a racial insult. Well, I was speaking French to Mary Rose. And you said, don't speak that language, speak English. Maybe not in quite that tone, but that was...
Mexican's not a language.
No, but Spanish is, and I speak Spanish as well, thank you, although poorly.
Yeah, we'll have to make sure everything's me. I know they're overriding it, so go ahead, Mark.
You conjure.
Yeah, so I just want to remind everyone, public comments already happened, so if you want to speak or yell or whatever, just go outside and do it, because now is not the time. We've already went through all of that, so.
I didn't even notice it. It was Mary Rose who brought it to my attention, because I try generally not to speak a foreign language around people who don't understand it. It's rude. And I accepted it as such. I'm just saying, had I been Mexican and you had been an onlooker, somebody else saying that, you would have felt that was terribly racist. And the point that I'm trying to make is that there are lots of things that are said and done that hypersensitive people find to be racist or a microaggression or an aggression, when often it's either an unintentional error or mistake, or perhaps just having a bad day. My wife has experienced the same thing speaking French to our daughters, where people have said, speak English, you're in America. If she were not a pale white French lady, that would be considered a very racist comment, when in fact it has nothing to do with race. But what is racial justice? And how do you bring it around? See, these are terms, and one of my huge complaints with what I think you tried to make as a good resolution is that you and your committee have found it impossible not to include all of the trigger terms like racial justice, like equity, social equity, etc., that create division. I would love to have something that was anodyne and simple enough, much like I said, the Placerville's resolution, which had none of this call to what is it? Partisan war. And that's what this is all about. And this is one of my biggest gripes with this. I think that the time you have spent, year and a half, doing this has not been wasted, because obviously a lot of people are talking about it, which was one of your goals, and considering better race relations insofar as they might be bad around here. But this is an incredibly divisive document, and I believe intentionally so. It screams, I'm a Democrat, which is why several Democrats came up and brought that up. That makes it partisan. If I were to, let's say this crowd, our group, we're not supposed to be a partisan group. But let's say we had a right to life committee that would promote keeping babies alive. You would probably kick and scream. I'm just guessing, I don't know, but I know that a lot of the community would, and we would be wrong doing it. We're wrong with this resolution. It has been intentionally partisan. Heck, it took 2 months of wrangling to get white supremacy culture out of it. And you did it, and I'm glad you did. But I think that if we, as a city, want to have a resolution, that we as the council should get together and rework something that is nonpartisan, that doesn't bring out this kind of animosity. Although I have to say, people have been wonderful. Everybody has been polite and good-natured, and I think that everybody involved really needs thanks for restraint across the board. I realize that the Democrats involved in this also have shown great restraint, but this is completely partisan and not appropriate for what we're doing. I'm sorry.
I apologize for the interruption, but they're starting construction on the Red Church project tonight, and there are some cars parked on the street that need to be moved and in the parking garage. And so that's why our city engineer was here tonight to let you know they're starting that project. But if you're parked on Washington Street, outside in front of City Hall and to the north towards Red Church, if you could please move your vehicle, or if you're in the parking garage, the downstairs parking garage, yeah, right here adjacent to City Hall.
Yep.
The upstairs is fine, but just the bottom level, lower level. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay, no, that's cool. I don't
Sorry
see
for
any.
blathering on so long. I only intended.
Do you want me to go move it for you, or can we get someone to bring it?
I thought it was snowing again.
Yeah. All right, guys, let's bring it back. Let's let the council discuss.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I didn't intend to blather on that long. I wanted to actually just address Ann's comment, but.
Well, I would just like to remind you that social equity is not only race, it's also gender, it's religion, it's culture. And I take offense that you seem to be directing an undue amount of, okay, if I'm a more liberal frame of mind, somehow I'm not Republican, or only Republican. Everything you said was partisan. So
I know, that's why I say it's so partisan. I'm partisan. We have partisans on both sides of the table.
Why are you accusing us of being partisan?
Okay.
We all come from different viewpoints, but we try in the city council to come and be objective about what we're doing and to represent the community, as many of the community is here. So I just am like, enough with the racial division thing, because the resolution, and whatever shape it takes, is more about, the complete person. And we're talking, we're talking about individuals trying to make a difference. I can go on and read my 3 paragraphs, but I truly feel that that we, this is living in a just and open-minded life is not a group exercise, but an individual charge that each of us must pursue daily. And it's pretty obvious it's not a peaceable kingdom here. I mean, I keep hearing about, the nirvana that's Sonora, but these people are really angry. And, I don't think we're trying to impose anything on them. But, I'm not saying that the resolution is, perfect. But, it never occurred to me that we would be rewriting it. But, so, I guess that's enough. I'll step back and let other members say their part.
Councilmember Sutch?
Well, I just have to take offense, Mark, as I often do, that you would bring up your conversation with Mary Rose in French. Sitting in a group of people to carry a private conversation in a foreign language that excludes the group you're in is rude.
I agree.
And that's what I said.
I agree.
I didn't say you're in America, speak English, which is what you just implied. It wasn't a racial remark.
No,
it was
but if I had
about
been black
manners.
or Mexican.
It was about manners.
Okay.
It
I'm
was
just
about
saying that,
manners,
that
Mark,
people
and
are
nothing
so
else. And it's not that I was being
hypersensitive.
sensitive, and it's not the same thing that we're talking about in this resolution or in this room tonight. That was a cheap shot and a trick.
No.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Okay. Councilmember Garaventa?
You have time
I think my car's parked downstairs. Regarding the resolution, there's been testimony on all sides, both sides, all sides really, of things that can or are going to happen or may happen, or it's that a lot of that's speculation. I mean, because we passed a resolution, folks are going to come up here and burn the town down. I just don't see that. Do I think that do I think the resolution by itself is divisive? I can see where people can see that, but I think for the most part, I don't think it is. Definitions, everyone gets stuck on definitions. And I was kind of agreeing with Mr. Sargo, actually. What is equity? What was equity in 1965 is different than it is in 1980. It was different. There's been many definitions that have changed over the years in the definition. So I understand where that part of it's coming from. When you talk about social equity in the more modern context, to me, it's just means that everyone is treated equally and fairly. But people, I've heard people say social equity is the same thing as Marxism, and I can understand maybe where people get that, especially if they use definitions other than the way it's being used in the context of the term social equity. So, perhaps we just need to better define what exactly we're talking about when we use the term.
So, you know, I would definitely look forward to being a more of a, more collegial, more, more, less divisive, more community type of thinking when it comes to all of this. And maybe that's not exactly spelled out in here, but I think for the most part, the way I read it, it is, using some of the more modern terms. I don't know, I'm just kind of listening to what everyone else is saying and kind of going from there. I do understand, you know, from what Councilmember Segerstrom has said, we really haven't talked about what the plan is, at least in meetings that I've been in. And I've missed a couple, I will say, at the end. So, you know, that's probably a good way to, something to pick up on as we discuss it. You know, we're here as the Social Equity, the Social Equity Committee is an advisory board to the council. And it's up to us in the end to pass, reject, modify, whatever we do. So it's now in our hands. So those are just some of my thoughts at this point.
Mark, did you want to say any more, or Ann, or Colette? So, you know, I could go on and on and on, because I think I have a different perspective sitting up here with the council members. I'm not from Sonora. Obviously, I've been here for a long time, but I'm not from Sonora, and I'm also a completely different generation. And I see things differently. Oh, I am. I mean, every person up here is old enough to be my parent, and I've got gray hair. So, but you know, I have a different perspective. I see things differently in life. I've also experienced things differently in life, differently than Mark or Colette or Jim or Ann. I mean, we all have different experiences. But there is a generational thing. I didn't experience Vietnam. I think probably half to 3/4 of the group in here experienced Vietnam one way, shape, or another, whether protest or whatever else. By the way, my mom was a protester and my dad didn't go to Vietnam, and they're both very conservative Republicans now. But, you know, let's laugh at it, because I got this weird life experience. I grew up in the South, okay? Personally, I don't think the South is any more racist than going to California. I don't think because California is California, it's any different in racism. I think there's many cultural differences. But, you know, I've witnessed racism up here, but at the same time, like I said, the last meeting, you know, having a resolution isn't going to eliminate that. It's the changing of the minds of those people, you know, changing the hearts of those people. That's where it's really at. You know, the heart of racism is unforgiveness. And somebody's probably going to write a letter to the editor, because I might quote a Bible verse or something. But the reality is that it's all unforgiveness. It's all holding a past sins against someone, you know. I will say proudly that my ancestors did fight against slavery very strongly, to the point where they were actually stoned in the town where they lived and actually had to flee to the west, what is now Indiana, to get away from that. I'm very proud of that. My middle son, Benjamin, is actually named after one of my relatives who lost their home and their property because they were stoned and had to flee. But, you know, I mean, we all see it. I mean, I saw one of the members, Nathan, I'll pick you out, buddy, sorry. I saw Nathan, whether he realized it or not, was, I guess you'd call it a victim of a racial, I don't know what you'd call it. He was referred to as a cisgendered white male because of his conservative beliefs. And one of the person that called him that was very close to one of our equity members. And I'm not going to go into detail because there's a few people that know, but it's that kind of racism we got to stop. It's the racism that if you walk into a room and you're a certain color, they think that you're a certain culture. Well, we certainly aren't that way. You know, I mean, really, Jim's got a beard, and I've heard him called a hippie a bunch of times. Jim, you're no more than a hippie than I am. So, and really, you know, but I mean, let's be honest, people just need to let it go. Like it's done for, it's all gone.
I get called stoner too, and that's so far from
I
the
know
truth
that's
too.
not true. I forgot about that one. But I mean, and really, like, a lot of people don't realize, like, Jim is like one of the nicest people you could ever meet on the street. He's given me numerous rides home. He's seen me walking somewhere. Colette, I'll say this
Didn't have a
about
tool.
Colette. Colette and I definitely will battle it out sometimes. She has really become a friend. Yes, she's definitely more liberal than me. So what? We found things to agree upon. And you and I are working on that because I think honestly, we probably drive each other nuts, but we found some things to agree upon. And Mark, you always drive me nuts, and you and I agree politically all the time. And I'm not trying to get everybody to laugh, but think about it. Like all this, everything that's going on, and people want to point the fingers and just assume things. And we just need to quit assuming. We do. We live in the greatest country in the history of the world. We really do. Yes, it's had its problems. It's absolutely had its problems with race and everything else, language barriers. I personally believe that no country has fought as hard to stop the racism, to stop the bigotry. Slavery. I mean, my gosh, we had a civil war that killed how many hundreds of thousands of people when you take it overall with the starvation and everything else?
Millions.
Yeah, I mean, there's
of the country.
yeah, there were so many. Something I will say, that was brought up earlier, and I feel I need to say this. Sabine had made a comment earlier. I don't know if many of you know this. I had befriended Sabine for a while. I don't think we're really on talking terms now, but I had defended Sabine at one point because a man threatened to assault him or her or they, however Sabine wants to go by. But at the same time, I heard a former supervisor tonight that I'm not getting along with right now be called a anti-Semite. Randy's not an anti-Semite. I may think he's foolish, but he's not anti-Semitic. So that I'll say. Something else was brought up about communism. Communism has killed more people in the last 2 centuries than just about anything else. All you have to do is read about the Bolshevik Revolution. There's some serious stuff. I don't think we have council members on here that are Bolsheviks or even remotely communist. Liberal, yes, not remotely communist. But it just,
Here's your card.
I guess I'm just trying to be open-minded. I don't agree with this. I will say, and I did talk to council members such, so it's not a cheap shot or anything like that. The Tuolumne Band of Cherokee Indians was left off of this. I was personally offended, and I had actually, and this doesn't sit at Colette's feet. This sits at another member of the Equity Committee's feet, which Nikki Coleman, I had already discussed it with her in public, and they still got left out. That to me offends me because we need to include our Native American friends. The lady that was in here that was Navajo, I mean, you could hear a pin drop after she talked because her story is her story and you can't take that away. And it's her people. And I'm proud to be in the country that her people, her ancestors once were in. I'm very proud of that. And I think we all should be. So, yeah, I don't really have a whole lot more to say. I'm not personally supporting this resolution, and that's part of it is with the Tuolumne Band of Cherokee Indians. But like I said, a piece of paper is not going to stop somebody from being a jerk or a racist or an idiot or yelling things at people that they think is wrong or disagree with. A piece of paper just won't do it. It's just not going to happen. I will think that the whole committee, the committee as a whole, Colette, you've taken a lot of crap. You have gotten beat up politically like none other, and you have came through it admirably, and I thank you for that. I really do. So I think that's all I have to say right now.
I'll talk. Oh, were you gonna go?
Oh, no, well, I just wanted to say that I applaud the 7 members of the Social Equity Committee, each of whom undertook to understand personal and public past injustices and to pave a path to a brighter future of understanding and inclusiveness. 7 people crafted the document. Its passionate and compassionate intent and calls to action speak to all of us. let us hope that we, both as individuals and as a community, can build on the document, or at least the document's work, to direct ourselves toward harmony and equity. Equity, I define as a level playing field in our small patch of the human whole. No man is an island entire of itself. Each is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. And I think that we need to look even at this experience as maybe trying to understand one another as individuals and as part of the whole, instead of pointing at divisiveness and partisanship and whatever else that we're slinging allegations right and left. But I mean, the committee really worked hard, and I applaud them all as role models and inspirations.
A couple things that I want to say. Matt, you did ask me to include the Cherokee Indians, but it was after the deadline.
Yes.
I just wanted to make that clear. And so I didn't,
Yes.
There wasn't time for me to speak to the Miwok tribes and there just wasn't time for me to put that in this resolution appropriately.
I hope I was trying to say that, like you included, and we talked about it. We had a really long conversation. So but like I said, that does not rest at your feet. It rested another member of the equity committee's feet. And that's why I was upset, but it is not with you whatsoever.
Well, I also just didn't want any disrespect for the Cherokee band. So, this document of our work does not, and it cannot tell the whole story. I'm actually proud of what the social equity has accomplished. We've just done a whole lot more than write just a resolution. And of that, I think this group should be proud. We have held this conversation in a public arena, which is not easy. And in the very beginning, we were tasked with learning how to have these difficult conversations, and we accomplished that. It doesn't mean we didn't fight. It doesn't mean we didn't stumble. It doesn't mean we didn't disagree, but we learned how to have these difficult conversations in a very public setting and learn to trust one another. And I think therein lies the point, and therein lies actually the magic of this. It's not that we're not legislating how people should think. We were setting an example, and it took us a while to learn how to do that. But the resolution is just as a man, and I'm sorry, I can't remember who said this, but he spoke, I thought, somewhat eloquently of the importance of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Most people in this country haven't read the Civil Rights Act, yet it has made a difference because it set a tone. It was a language that at the time was considered pretty fringe. But it set a tone and it set a language. Therein lies its magic. It's not that it's a law, it's that it changed slowly over time much of a nation's mind about how to treat one another. That's the point of this resolution. There were many revisions of this resolution. I think there were 9 revisions in the last month. And there were many compromises. Some people thought we compromised too much. Some people thought and continue to think that we compromised too little. But that's called democracy, and this was done in a really democratic fashion. I think we modeled what is best, frankly, of America, because you can have these difficult conversations. And at our last meeting, we were making dinner plans with each other, and we didn't know each other in the beginning of this task. And I think that that's what is important about this. It's, our intention was not, was not in the beginning, and nor was it at the end, to be divisive. I don't know how, really, I think this resolution is speaking about kindness, and I don't know how kindness is divisive. That's lost on me. Equity is not a four-letter word. I don't get it. Equity is simply about being fair. And it's not about, we're not talking about equity in a home. We're not talking about a banking term. It's just talking equality isn't enough. It's not enough. We need equity. And we also in this document are not calling people racists. Mark, I've never called you a racist. It's not, I mean, first of all, if you want to lose someone, call them a racist. If you want to lose me, call me a communist. I mean, I dismiss you at that point. And that's not, we aren't calling people names in here. And I do disagree with the notion that you don't need to talk about the past. I disagree. And if there are wounds from past behaviors, there are wounds from arguments with people. And if you don't talk about them, they fester. You can't heal in silence. You can't heal in shadows. You have to bring it out, not to shame. I mean, there's no one in this room who's any more responsible for slavery than I am. I mean, I'm not responsible for slavery. It's not about shame, but it's about honesty, and it's about the truth, and it's about moving, and in that, you can move forward, but you can't just sweep it under the rug. So that's the point of this resolution. I'm really grateful for the 6 people I got to work with during this time. I'm grateful for every single one. I am better from having worked with every single one of them. And I would like to end this. Nikki Coleman couldn't be here tonight because she had a class, but she asked me I read her statement.
Oh, I'm fine with it. She was actually texting me, and it's, again, she's not going to apologize, so. But go ahead, please do.
Okay.
Who?
Nikki Coleman.
Oh, couldn't hear.
I regret that I cannot attend this momentous meeting this evening. I have a final presentation for my ethnic studies class at Columbia College. This class is important to me, otherwise there isn't anything else I'd miss tonight's meeting for. I would like to thank the council, our city administrator and staff, and our community for entrusting myself and my fellow committee members with this delicate, sacred work. These are uncharted waters for a rural community, and while it hasn't been easy, I will never forget this opportunity for as long as I live. While some may view this as a piece of paper that will be filed away, for people who have felt unsafe or experienced a lack of opportunity, this is a promise from the city of Sonora that we will not be forgotten. Sorry, Nikki, I messed that up. That the city cares about our safety and our sense of belonging too. I am deeply grateful to have been a part of this brave first step for Sonora. While there are many things I wanted to say this evening, as you all prepare to vote, I decided against it. The resolution is my voice. The resolution is for all of our voices. Please let us be heard. I also know that there are other people who, actually, I'm not going to say that. I'll end it there. I also want to thank Melissa, and I want to thank Jackie for their really kind work with us. When we were working on a deadline to finish this resolution, they let us schedule meetings way too much. They were way too generous. And it hasn't gone unnoticed, so I really want to thank you both personally. And that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Such. So does anyone else have anything they want to say?
Yes. So, Colette, I apologize for expressing myself poorly. What I was trying to convey was that somebody else or somebody hypersensitive would have seen that exchange completely differently if I were a person of color. So I did not mean in any way to imply that you were doing that, and I didn't even notice it. Like I said, I seldom speak French outside of the home, unless I'm just with my wife or children, because it's rude to other people. So that aside, I'm not calling you a communist, but I think you misunderstand the looseness of the term equity. And when people who are conservative hear that, they hear we're going to level the field up after the fact, not equality of opportunity. I would love to see us encouraging fathers to stay with their children, to see schools, especially our inner city schools, giving kids a school choice or some other means of getting a great education. But what we hear, and I include myself in that group, but it's a big group, is after the fact, we're going to give people stuff, other people's stuff, because of their race or their gender or some other thing. And we hear that as Marxism. That's the new pronunciation of Marxism. We say equity. Now, you can disagree with that. I'm just trying to explain what we hear. And as long as equity is in this, I will not support it. And because I see us, Western civilization, as the current best form of human existence. It's not perfect, but almost all utopias have proven to be horrible bloodbaths. You could just start with the modest example of Colombia, what am I saying? Bummer. Right beside. No, not even, no, in Southeast Asia.
Myanmar?
No, where they killed a third of the people. They had kids. Cambodia, that's where, what an embarrassment. Yes, Cambodia. Okay. They were building utopia. Okay. And this is what we hear. And this is why we so strongly resist this and find it so divisive. And if you want to believe it's not divisive because the people you agree with say, no, it's not divisive. But look at our city council campaign. We have the most energetic city council campaigns that I have seen or been aware of for ages and ages. And I suspect that if we pass this now, we will continue to see this being a burden where the campaigns are in part centered around this issue. Now, like I say, I'd love to see something that was politically neutral, but when you use terms like racial justice, that was put in there on purpose. That wasn't just because it was a nice thing. And you can't even define it on our city website. I went and looked this very afternoon. It's not there. That means horrible things to some people. That means great things to others, but it's so ill-defined that we have no common language to even talk about this with. And with that, I will cease for the time being.
I'm just curious how a woman going into the workforce and a man staying home with the children, why that's not equity? Or the disadvantaged children being allowed to choose schools, why isn't that sounds like equity to me.
I'm sorry, I don't get the connection.
I just think that you're using examples of equity to say that you're behind them. I mean, women have had to stay home with their children through this whole COVID thing. All men went out. Now men, it's equitable to let the women go out and earn her living as well. And the man stays home and with the children and kind of gets into that role. But I don't know. I think you're taking an awfully narrow view of equity.
Maybe.
But that's neither here nor there. So, but I do believe those are two examples of equity.
Most people would call that fairness and not equity. Equity is a politically charged term used almost exclusively by Democrats. I mean, that may be uncouth to put it in those bald terms, but that's really what it is. Okay, I'd love to build some bridges. It's about time.
Just saying, it's another one of those things from my generation. My mom worked full-time and a lot of overtime, and my dad worked full-time, so a woman staying at home, it's honestly foreign to me.
At the library, they have a program called Building Bridges. I can't remember which Wednesday and which Saturday, but I'll see you there.
I know Mercedes has done a talk or whatever, and she's done pretty well. Oh, that is her group. Okay. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about it, that that they're very accepting of anybody that comes in there. So, Mark, maybe we should go.
I'm game to go. I want to go, right? Yes.
If you've never sat down with Mercedes, her life story is fascinating. I just love her to death. So, anyway. So how would does the council have any more to say?
Yeah, where are we going with this?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too, so.
Yeah.
So I guess we're looking for a motion of some sort.
Or suggestions, certainly.
And
Are we up and down vote on how it's presented? Are we looking to do some tweaking? What's going on?
Are we going to do the motion about 5-4?
It's up to the council. What is the?
It's divisive enough that it ought to be able to carry 4 votes to be able to, but obviously I can't get a second on that. So that itself says it's going to come back in the future just because. Yeah, I mean, if we don't have popular support even on the, just a bare minimum majority, it probably shouldn't be passing.
Well, 3 is a bare minimum majority.
That's what I say. But since my motion failed, for lack of a second, then, and at this juncture, a second is the same as a nay vote. It's a pointless exercise. I would be happy to make the motion again, but I don't see any changes.
Okay.
I'm
happy for it not to be made.
I mean, that's just the raw politics of it.
So I guess the question I would ask is, I guess it would be for both of you. Would either of you vote for anything that's if it's been altered, or
we could read through it again. I do think we need to do something with it tonight. We've had so much of the public come here.
Yeah.
But, my big thing was the Cherokees. And again, I got somebody mad at me for it, but I knew that was going to happen. I mean, it's just par for the course. But,
I think Jim would imply, or is implying that just putting the Cherokees in there, if that's all that's bothering you, is enough. I would have to get rid of equity and racial justice and quite a few other things that I see as a constant. I mean, the litany of all the evil that was done, that to me is a scab that is being intentionally opened and picked at. And
put it back.
One can disagree, but that's the way I see it. So it would take a lot of reworking, and I don't see us doing that this evening for me to say, oh, okay, this would be as good as the Placerville resolution. I would propose that we junk this and just go with the Placerville resolution.
I was gonna look and, because I just had it in front of me, but maybe,
The resolution?
yeah, I'm just gonna quick read the resolution again. Cool, thank you.
Don't read my notes.
Wow, you
private.
really think that of me? No, I'm just
Or
kidding.
at least not out loud. So,
And I guess the part about the Cherokee, what bothers me so bad, and, you know, again, I wish the lady that was part of the, was Navajo, yeah. When you learn about the Trail of Tears, it just pisses you off. I mean, there's just, you know, it's just.
That was the Nez Perce.
No,
No,
that was the
no, no,
Cherokee.
the Cherokee.
Yeah.
Believe me,
The Nez
I'm
Perce
part
was-
Cherokee, I know.
oh, yes.
Yeah, but it just,
What was the Nez Perce?
They may have been
That was
with them
another
too, but
big deal, but they fought valiantly, and no, after the Cherokee were defeated, they were marched from the far eastern states to Oklahoma, and I don't remember the percentage of them that died on the trail. It's called the Trail of Tears because a huge percentage of them died on the way
correct.
to their
From Florida
new
to-
reservation, literally thousands of miles from their home.
Yep.
And it was horrible. I mean,
yeah, and the history of the Cherokee is fascinating, but I mean, just fascinating where their ancestors.
they developed their own writing system
Yeah.
after they had a model.
Yeah, it's just fascinating. You know, I would love to get the Tuolumne Band of Cherokee Indians, in there. There's some other language in there, and I'm not gonna comment on it because I'm not going through that whole litany. I'll still continue my vote as a no vote, but, honestly, if you wanna know the truth, Mark, this is probably the one place I do disagree. If the council's gonna approve it, just approve it as a simple majority. Just because it wasn't one of the reasons is because it wasn't in front of the public before to even comment on that, so. Because
My
we didn't
request
have,
for a supermajority.
yeah, he's requesting a supermajority, and I think if we would have wanted to do that, that would have been fine, but I think the public should have it should have been something that the public should have commented to, because again, if there's two of us that appear to be against it, we haven't taken our votes yet.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But prior to that,
Yeah,
that was only a guess.
yeah. So, I guess
I just had a suggestion, rather than dissolve the committee, I wondered about making it not an official city committee, but an ad hoc committee that would then, go to council members. But it seems a tragedy to me that all the work that these 7 members have put into it would all of a sudden just poof.
I think we're gonna discuss that part next.
Oh, we
Yeah,
haven't discussed
yeah.
that yet?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Yeah, we're
part
just
B.
doing A
This is
right
part
now.
A.
All right, okay.
We just allowed all the public comment to come in for both of those, so we could, break them apart, so. And, I'll say it again, I do thank every member of the Social Equity Committee for all the work that they did put in.
Oh, they did. And
Again, one lost their job over it way unfairly, and I'm not getting in more detail, but, it just, yeah. So I thank every member. So I guess we're looking for a motion
okay,
unless things want to be
I will move to
amended.
to not accept
Junk.
this resolution, instead replace it with the Placerville resolution, which I think does most of or all of what the goals of the committee were without being offensive to half of our community.
So everyone's looking at me right now because we know we're probably not going to get a second as mayor. I never make the motion or second unless we only have 3 council members present. So it's something, actually, it's been something that has been carried on for a long time, and
Yeah, you can.
I can. This would be my first time making a second, so you know what, I'll make the second to that, but that's the first time I've had that happen, so. I think ever, so. Anyway, so I guess I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of a no, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, fails for lack of a third or more votes.
Majority, lack of a majority.
Yes, I'm getting tired. Okay, so we're looking for another,
So, no, I'm not going to ask a motion. I'm going to ask, actually, Councilmember Segerstrom to elaborate more on the plan that she talked about, or lack of a plan. Was there an issue? You seem to have an issue with not having a plan, it seemed at the beginning. Is that true, or? Because you said,
Well,
basically you said what we were going to do with this, you know, where's the
Yeah,
plan?
because it seems to have created a massive schism in the community. And I'm sorry, I did overlook the portion of it that it's in here somewhere. Where the committee and it's okay. I think I can. Oh, thank you.
I think that's where you're at.
Thank you. Yes,
Sure.
thank you. It's always good to have a secretary. Where the, well, I don't think I overlooked it, but it seemed okay to me that people would work collaboratively with social equity and community partners to kind of build on the messaging here. But, you know, I mean, I'm just really stunned that community is taking such a visceral and violent kind of approach to this. I mean, like I said, I thought, okay, go up on the website and people, you know, I mean, will understand that we're working toward a harmonious community. Apparently, that's not what everyone's reading into it. So what else would be done with it?
Okay. I was just wondering if you were wanting more definition on the plan or not.
No.
Okay.
okay, so what are we wanting to do?
I'd like to make a resolution to approve the resolution as written.
Motion.
I mean, a motion, excuse me.
We are all getting tired.
Not a resolution.
So I will, well, hang on. Yeah, I'll go ahead and second that motion, but I would like to have discussion. Actually, you guys have already answered. If the, on that 14th, therefore be resolved, it sounds like it wouldn't matter if that was somehow rewritten to garner your vote.
Which one?
The therefore be it resolved, the one with the plan. You know.
The city of Sonora in concert with city staff and
Yeah.
city council.
It sounds like that if there's any issue with that particular, therefore be it resolved that it wouldn't matter if it got changed or not to you, either one of you.
You know, like I said, I could read through it again, but I don't want to get to the point. Part of it is respect for the committee. But I don't want to get through it again where we're deleting stuff, adding stuff, going through. I mean, if it was a one-line sentence.
I mean, they're an advisory committee. The SEC is an advisory
I
committee
know
to
that.
us.
I understand.
So it's kind of up to us.
Are you talking about the penultimate or the anti-penultimate?
Anti, probably.
Yeah,
That's the city of Sonora understands that this cannot be the work of the city alone?
No, the one before it.
Before it,
Oh.
the pan panel.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, I think we should just
Same.
move forward a yay or nay, but
Yep.
that's just my opinion.
Yep.
Okay.
Because.
Well, I've already
yeah.
seconded, so.
Okay, so motion by Councilmember Sudge, second by Councilmember Garaventa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Noes?
Nay.
No.
Okay.
Any abstentions? Okay, passes 3-2.
Okay.
And then on to letter B. Discuss potential dissolution of the Social Equity Committee. So just to let everyone know, if you are going out the building, please go out the back door. Excellent. Okay, so yeah, the dissolution of the Social Equity Committee. The public has already commented on this also. So, you know, what would the council like to do?
Well, I've made my comments even during the Social Equity Committee meeting pretty clear. I think with the committee being not part of a government agency, and actually letting it go off on its own and do what it will do and what it wants to do, possibly with, hopefully with some folks from the county getting involved and be more collegial. I always thought that was a better option. That committee can fundraise where it can't with the under the government mantle. It can meet when it wants. It doesn't have to follow the Brown Act unless there's enough political people on the committee to that it has to follow under the Brown Act. I always thought that was a better vehicle for resolving issues like this anyway. I think we've kind of seen what's when it gets becomes part of a government, becomes a government committee or government agency. I think we've seen where there's more roadblocks and divisiveness just in the sheer fact that there are, just the nature of it. I think it's much more would be do a much better job being more functional on its own or tied with a nonprofit or something that's not government. And I've been clear about that throughout the kind of the whole process, even early on during SEC. So I would be going back on myself if I said something different.
Building bridges. I mean, that would be one option. Like I said, I made the comment earlier about Mercedes and how highly I think of her. So, who knows, maybe it could, I mean, I'm just open-mindedly thinking. I'm not trying to peg anybody with the group type of thing, but, just something like that, just open-mindedly thinking, how could it be passed on? I do remember Councilmember Such making a comment. Was it the last meeting we discussed this? Where we have to be careful as the council as not to pick the group that takes it if a group is coming forward.
That's fine.
So that I would agree with, but to me, I think the group has served its purpose. Everyone has worked hard, and I think there's been a lot to come out. So
Bridge building.
I would be for passing it off. What form it takes, I don't know. Martin Luther King Jr. Committee might be another one that might be interested. I don't know. So. I don't know if.
I just was going to ask Colette, was there any consensus among the committee members about continuation or?
Yeah, I think many people on the committee would like to continue. I think the city platform is actually perfect because it gives it an audience that none of those other things have. Doesn't mean you can't build it elsewhere, but it's tough. It's just more difficult, and having to to perform in the public forum actually is, I think, beneficial, although it has its own set of difficulties. And there are many groups that are interested in, the college has a diversity, equity, and inclusion group that is interested. I have received thank you notes from many people. The Resiliency Village actually wrote its own resolution when they read ours, and they were inspired by it. So, I mean, my vote is not to dissolve this group. I think it's much more difficult to keep something like this alive when it's no longer on the city, the business of the city. And I do agree with the difficulty that having it in a government sanctioned committee creates, but I think it creates more positives than negatives. And I say that as someone who has suffered all the negatives that being part of a city committee has, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. But I actually think, I mean, I will say that just in my time on city council, I've gotten more thank yous about this than anything. And more gratitude about this. And it's from people they're not from people in my bubble. They're not Democrats. My husband is very conservative.
Really?
Yeah, and he thinks that this is right. So it's not just a Democrat. And I just would ask that if you're triggered by this, that you look at your triggers, because when I'm triggered about anything, it always behooves me to look at why I'm being triggered, because it's not, when you read this resolution, there's really not much here that is, we're not being hateful. And I think, and equity is not Marxism. I'm probably the biggest landowner on this council, and I'm not giving up my property to anyone. I'm certainly not giving it up to the government. Equity is not Marxism.
Okay, you can say that, but a lot of other people.
Guys, we're talking about.
I'm sorry,
we're not
sorry.
talking about the
I
resolution,
got
we're
off,
talking
I
about the committee.
forgot,
And I'm getting
sorry.
tired, so I'm not reacting as quick.
Okay.
I will say I rent. I don't even own any land. And I have about 20,000 in a 401k. So like, I've got a long ways to go.
Well, I'm sorry that I think I forgot what I was supposed to be talking about.
So,
Anyhow, that's how I feel about the committee.
So I got a question for you, Nubia. If we were to pass off this group, say the council decides tonight to pass off this group, how does that happen?
Pass off, you mean as officially terminate as a city committee?
Yes.
And period,
Yes.
and no more?
Basically, it would, if this is what the council would want, how legally is it able to end as a city committee if someone else wants to pick it up? Is it just, hey, we're going to be the new social equity committee, and it's some group that wants to take it over? How does that work? Is there any?
By takeover, they essentially have to start their own organization, their
Okay.
own meeting outside the umbrella of the city.
Yeah.
Once the council terminates it, it's no longer a standing committee.
Mhm.
And there won't be council members associated with it as part of the council. Again, if it becomes a separate community committee, then you can have.
And council members could be on the committee.
Yes, except that inadvertently could create a Brown Act issue.
Exactly, so there only has to be one.
So
right?
we
Or
two. So two,
Yeah.
if you still have, yes. So you still have to keep that in mind, but in essence, it would have to be completely separate.
Okay.
And just one point, because I know Councilmember Segerstrom mentioned the idea of maybe some type of ad hoc committee. So an ad hoc, there's two types of committees, a standing committee and an ad hoc. A standing committee is usually comprised of members of the public, no more than a quorum of the council, with a schedule, routine meetings, Brown Act requirements, agendizing, etc. An ad hoc committee is solely comprised of less than a quorum of the council. No community members, it's just council members. So it'd have to be 2 council members. And in addition to that, you have to have a specific goal or project in mind whereby you take action and it wraps up. It doesn't continue. It's exactly, there's the idea that it has to be finite, so it doesn't continue. So if that was something maybe you were considering, that also wouldn't necessarily work based off of the structure of the Social Equity Committee currently.
Oh,
So
go ahead.
an ad hoc committee is just 2 members of the council
Yes.
and no one else?
Yes. It's usually staffed by members of the staff to provide input. Usually that could be, for example, like a finance committee, or if it's like a policy area, but you're looking at a specific project or a finite set of goals, and then you wrap it up. It can't continue indefinitely.
Okay, so we know our legal options.
I wanted to ask if Ann had anything to, because earlier you were talking about this, and I wondered if you had anything to add, because you've been pretty quiet lately.
Regarding the ad hoc committee, you mean?
No, not ad hoc, regarding the dismissal or not of the Social Equity Committee as pertains to the city, and whether we take it out from under the city's umbrella.
Well, I was kind of formulating what I thought based on the reluctance of the city to form a climate action plan, our climate action committee, and moving forward with an ad hoc committee, of which I was the only council member, but it was more members of the community. So I guess I got ad hoc wrong, and we're still in a sort of suspended animation, but I didn't really have, I mean, it just seemed to me, if indeed, well, I do think that being on the Social Equity Committee has taken its toll on its members, but this is just from my perspective, not theirs. And that, you know, why I asked if they were, if there was consensus that they wanted to continue, because it has brought a lot of controversy swirling around them. Now, you know, whether or not the city wants to maintain it, I must admit to being kind of equivocal about it. I think that the whole process has certainly raised the awareness of the community about social equity and started a lot of conversations. So, you know, I support the committee if they want to continue, and I also support them if they say, you know, I'd rather do this in another sphere. So.
Thank you. Well, is there any other further?
So,
No.
you know, if anybody wants to bring up any more, otherwise I will look for some sort of motion. It could be a motion to continue the committee as it is. It could be a motion to end the committee and, you know, basically pass the torch off to a local group. It depends on what the council.
Yep.
wants
Okay,
to
I
do.
just didn't want, if there was still discussion, I didn't want to jump in and move, but I will at this point make a motion to take the Social Equity Committee out from underneath the city's umbrella and purview and dismiss it as far as the city's concerned.
Dismiss it? I could use better terminology.
Well, that's why I started out with taking it out from under the umbrella. When I say dismiss it, that's just, we no longer have it under the purview of the city as a city.
I'll give you, how about allowing the members to decide their course instead of dismissing? Dismissing as a pejorative. That's why I didn't out of hand second it.
Okay, well, I see the pejorative side of that, and words are important.
Yeah.
But take it out from, okay, if we just take it, I'm happy if they want to go off and do it. I think the college, for example, would be a great place for this type of thing. But what the city is choosing is, do we dismiss it or not as a city organized and approved committee? And I think dismiss is probably the word.
Exactly.
May I just,
just make, can you withdraw your motion so I can make the motion?
Sure.
Okay. I move that the Social Equity Committee be as a City of Sonora entity be dissolved.
Okay, second.
Councilmember Such, you wanted to say
That was
something?
more graceful.
I was just going to give Mark another way to say it, but Jim
okay.
said it.
Okay.
Yes, he said it very gracefully.
Okay, so, okay, cool. Okay, so I'm really tired, so if I'm starting getting goofy, it just, everybody understands.
Motion is.
So, motion by Councilmember Garaventa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Plummer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Noes?
No.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
We've only had this happen one other time with this council. So, 3 ayes, 1 no, 1 abstention. Okay, so it sounds like the Social Equity Committee is now not going to be a city group. I'm sure that someone will pick this up. Okay, and then something I'm going to say before going to monthly reports. This is for the public's knowledge too. They're tired too. So just for the public's knowledge, the last mayor to make a motion or a second was about a decade ago with former mayor and council member Bill Canning. So I'm a big traditionalist. I'm also a big anti-communist. So, okay, good. I got some laughs. Thank you. But, you know, I'm big in tradition, and also in order to run the meetings, I try to not sway the council necessarily, but I'm also part of the council. So just so everyone knows that, because I'm going to get some questions later, and it puts me in a funky spot sometimes. So
There's some really great reports coming up, you guys.
yes, you don't want to miss these.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I could, I'm sorry. The front door's been locked because they've started the construction and it's too hazardous for anyone to exit out the front door. So you'll have to exit out the back door, I'm sorry.
Oh, gracious.
Thank you, Chief New. Okay, so we got all our monthly reports, and then I'm going to go to
Thank you all for coming.
Mr. Gorski. Did you want to say anything? Okay, Chief New already said something. I don't know if she wants to say anything else. Okay, Lieutenant. Okay.
Everyone's like, out of here.
Yeah, yeah.
I saw that.
So Rochelle is not here because she's outside taking care of some of the construction and in a bright yellow jacket. Nubia, is there anything you wanted to say?
Other than it's very nice to see you all after such a long time.
Yes. Melissa,
No, nothing to say. Thank you.
anything from our great timekeeper tonight? You did an excellent job. Excellent. Okay, Ann, anything tonight?
I'll speed through it. I attended the Blue Zone Discovery event. It was a huge success. They should, Blue Zone administration should be so proud. I mean, it was teeming. It was really terrific. And then I met with the city administration and Sonora Chamber regarding the Leineberg usage and maintenance solutions. Met with the Parks and Recreation Committee about the Cuesta Oaks tree, the development and tree removal and replacement equation. It was kind of interesting. I thank the police department for the invitation to go to the firing range. It was super, really interesting, super fun. And yeah, and I definitely maybe next time actually might fire again, but.
Showing up's half the battle.
Yeah, whoa, I mean, who knew they were half plastic? I was like, yeah. So it was really, really eye-opening, and I really enjoyed it. Thank you. Let me see. And then this coming weekend is Love Tuolumne County and the Vision Sonora Committee to paint the old bathrooms. It needs volunteers. Hello. And that's it from me. Thank you.
Councilmember Garaventa.
Can you stay me for a minute?
No, I'm just kidding. Councilmember Such?
You know, I attended a bunch of committees. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
You're going to do.
We've got a member of the public that's going to be asking, so.
Oh, if they are, I'll tell them.
Okay,
I
so
want to go home.
Jim asked me to skip him, so Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
I hope everybody had a wonderful Easter. My daughters are here from far away, and it's been wonderful and special, and it's a family time for most people. And other than that, I have nothing.
Okay.
I'm sorry for the contention,
Um,
but
It's okay, Mark.
yep.
As long as you're not hitting your paperclip against the table, we're good.
Yeah.
Mr. Garavena?
So I'm looking over the TCTC and TCTA agendas. I know we talked about the, is that bad English? No. Oh, you're trying to remember what we were talking about. We talked about yeah, we did talk about hydrogen vehicles. And we talked about we're going to get the electric bus coming soon. I don't know if you know, but we actually had an electric van that we ended up buying. The TCTC ended up buying for the transit agency so that we can actually have some real world, see how it works in the real world here on our topography to figure out how electric is going to work for us or not. There was funding, we allocated actually all of our funding for different kinds of sidewalk and bike and I forget the name, ATP, is that it? And for active transportation program for for both the city and the county to try to do some work in both the city and the county. We're kind of competing against each other, but it would be a vehicle to find a grant funding to build the Dragoon Gulch Trail that goes from Stockton through Dragoon Gulch School Street up to the high school that failed through through the state's system last time. So we're trying to do that again. Sorry for the rambling. It's
okay.
kind of late.
So
That's it.
cool. So, yeah, I've attended several meetings. One I found interesting was, it was a call I received from our county's, it's an anti-smoking campaign. It's funded by the state, runs through the county. So did about a 30-minute interview. And I think some of y'all know how anti-smoking I am, but I'm, on the libertarian side of things too. But again, my youngest child now is affected by some smoking that the other parent is doing. And yeah, so I got to discuss that. And see, that's something else that gets me all upset. So at that, I'm going to say thank you to the council. I want to say thank you to the members of the public for being so respectful tonight. I encourage members of the public to reach out to the council members, preferably by email, their city email, not their personal email, and to reach out and, have discussions. Sometimes it can be really nice. So that is all. And I want to thank everyone. And our meeting is over at 9:15.